that'll be all for today, I think. So I hope you all have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, day, night, whatever time of day it is for y'all. This is Swan Sorceress signing off. Bye! So, I'm a streamer. That's probably the most exciting thing about me, I guess. I mean, sure, I have hobbies and a life, but I don't do people all that much. Which is weird, since I stream myself playing games to folks all over, live, but that's different. Online, you don't have to worry about making a fool of yourself because you'll never face the consequences. Sorta. Look, I just like to know what to expect. Have a plan of action, if you will. With people, it's hard to know what to expect. A random stranger stops you on the street and it's like, okay, what's the expectation here? Am I about to be told I've just violated the law by some undercover cop, or do they just want to compliment the shirt I selected at random this morning? No thanks, I'll just stick to my books. Those are mysteries I can handle. I mean, yeah, it does get lonely sometimes, but that's just the lame social aspect we humans have programmed into our genetics. I defy logic. Okay, no I don't. I'm not that cool, but it's whatever. I mean, it would be nice to make some friends that know how I am behind the screen and think that's cool, but a girl can dream. Life is pretty good. I shouldn't complain. This is taking a while. Wait, wasn't I in my room? Was I kidnapped? Wait, no, that's not the right question. Of course you were in your room. But how would a kidnapper get you from your room and into the literal freaking sky? What would their motive be anyway? There's gotta be easier ways to shut people up. Wait, why would anyone want to shut me up? What did I do? Maybe I should have gotten that security system installed after all. Hold on, that's not important. I mean, it kind of is, but no, stop it, brain. This isn't gonna matter if you're dead. But what am I even supposed to do about this? Did I miss some kind of mandatory reading? 110 unexplainable situations and how to survive. Yeah, right. Hey God, I don't know if you're out there, but this is ridiculous, you hear me? If I get my hands on you, you'll, regret this. I mean, I have, no muscle mass, but that's fine. So you better feel threatened, because I certainly do. Oh God, oh Lord, surely I can think of something, right? Life isn't this unfair, surely. I mean, I was so close to finishing my book, I just had a few more chapters left. I can't die now. I really don't want to die, but I actually don't know what to do. This is actually pretty unfair. Damn it, I'm so dead. You know, this totally seemed cooler in books.
Hey! What do you mean, We were told not to use magic.
Huh? Wait, what?
Don't play dumb with me.
Now, legitimate question, who are you?
You know what? Cheat all you want. I'll still beat you.
I'm sorry, you're going to what now? That was not an invitation.
What? Scared?
Very. Did I just knock someone out? I just knocked someone out. I cannot believe that worked. And I'm alive. alive, yes. For how long? Lord, I have no idea. Why does it sound like I'm in a war zone? Why did she have a sword? Didn't she mention magic? Am I high? Probably not. I guess you won't be needing this anymore. Why is this so heavy? Girl, how did you get so strong? Right, she can't answer that. She's unconscious. Because of me. Right. Ooh. Success! I have no idea how to use this thing, but it's a start. Speaking of which, I better start getting out of here. There's no way I get through that. What? That's an actual battle. Where am I? This has gotta be some kind of nightmare. But until I wake up, I might as well do my best. I hate running. You see that, God? I'm alive! I shouldn't have looked. I mean, there's nothing I can do. Fine. You're so stupid, me, you know that? This isn't gonna change anything. Come on.
Attention! Recruits, form up! The exercise is over!
What do you mean, exercise? You watch in utter confusion as the chaotic battlefield stills and becomes orderly. This isn't... What's going on? Weren't they all trying to kill each other just moments ago? This doesn't make any sense. But then again, did any of this make sense? That fall should have killed you, but it didn't. You should be waking up to your alarm about now, but instead you're here, surrounded by people with swords and crossbows, all wearing the same black, red, and gold jacket. Wait, were they all in uniform? Are you in uniform? Sure enough, upon closer inspection, you're about 95% certain that you're in uniform. Then, by exercise, did that mean... You blink owlishly, realizing suddenly that you're about the only one left that hasn't formed up, whatever that means. Are you concussed? The pinkette you'd rescued asks. Wait, why was he still here? Okay, maybe getting distracted isn't the best idea when faced with about 20 unknowns. You should pay more attention. What? No, at least I don't think so. Then stop staring at me and muttering. It's weird, he huffs. Perhaps it would be best to just perish on the spot. At least then you wouldn't have to live with the knowledge that you had not only been staring at a complete stranger for, what, a minute? But done so while muttering to yourself. Oh, joy. I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about you, I promise. He gives you an odd look, but before he can say or do anything else, an older woman brushes by him, practically shoulder-checking him in the process. She seems to be on a warpath, and you by no means want to be in her way. Except, well, she seems to be marching straight for you. Oh, dear Lord, please help. You look towards the pinkette, silently begging for help. He looks mildly disgruntled and displeased with the woman's behavior, but he doesn't seem eager to come to your rescue either. You really went through all that trouble for him, and he's still going to abandon you in the end? This is why you don't do people. Maybe there's still a chance that you can smooth things over. Maybe she isn't that mad. She could just look scary, like, all the time. And, oh, her uniform looks different. That probably means something. Oh, and now she's right in front of you, casually looming over you. Do you know how much chaos you've caused? No? Or maybe it's hard to tell, okay? I might have the smallest inclination. I can speak. I know what's going on, sure. You, she sees, clearly not a fan of your uncertainty, when she catches sight of the Pinkette. You really need to figure out his name. We're just thinking of him as the Pinkette. I mean, surely his hair isn't naturally pink. Maybe it's brown? Sharp, why are you just standing there? She demands, your presence temporarily forgotten. Maybe I should just leave. I could, like, book it or something. Just casually. The Pinkette shrugs, calm in the face of her rage. Because that one, he gestures to you, is clearly strange. Figured I'd keep an eye on her until you got here, Corporal Dunn. Did he really just call you strange? The audacity! Just go get information, she snaps. Maybe you really should take this opportunity to sneak away. But where exactly would you go? Last time you checked, there seemed to be walls all around, but maybe you could climb that tree and hop over? You've never exactly tried to climb 10-foot tall walls, but today could be the day. And don't think I've forgotten about you, Corporal Dunn barks, effectively shattering your hopes and dreams. I mean, you could just forget about me. It's just a suggestion. What was that? She demands, making a very good impression of what you'd imagine a drill sergeant to be like. Sharp had called her Corporal Dunn. Did that mean her first name was Corporal, or was that some sort of military rank? That explained the uniforms, but not where you are. Does anyone still use straight-up swords and crossbows in warfare anymore? Recruit, I expect you to respond when I ask you something. Yes, ma'am! I totally didn't forget what you just said. That's it. Who's your commanding officer? My commanding officer? Yes, your commanding officer. Do you have cotton in your ears? Just, you know what? I'll figure it out myself. Hand over your seatbelt. She extends a hand expectantly, but you haven't the faintest clue what she wants from you. Before you can even tell her that, however, her hand drops and she looks at you with evident frustration. Where's your seatbelt? I don't know what that is. I lost it. You lost it. Yes? Corporal Dunn! Oh no, you know that voice. I need to get out of here. Before you can make your grand escape, Corporal Dunn grabs you by the wrist, clearly sensing your intent to flee. Where do you think you're going? Dunn demands, and despite your struggles, you can't break free. What is it with everyone being stupidly strong here? Right, this may be some form of military base. Of course they'd be strong. Oh, and you're currently impersonating a military recruit. Aren't military crimes considered more severe or something? You did not think this through. Just, You! The woman you'd unceremoniously knocked out, which may or may not be the coolest thing you'd ever accomplished in your short adult life, storms over like a fury, taking you by the collar and near holding you aloft. You struggle feebly, grasping her wrists with your notably smaller hands as if you could pry her off you, but it's pointless. Wait, when did Dunn let go of you? Was she just planning on letting this woman kill you? You're here! Please let me go. You, wait! Are you wearing my uniform? She questions, and for the second time today, you're looked at as if you're some strange oddity. Barlett, what's going on here? Corporal Dunn asks, calmly standing by while you're being manhandled. This blue-haired pirate stole my uniform and my crossbow. She's not one of us, she spits. And given the way she says pirate, yeah, that's definitely a bad thing here. But wait, pirates? Did you somehow get isekai'd into a novel or something? Did you just say pirate? You just said pirate, didn't you? Enough! Yes, ma'am. Barlett, let her go, Corporal Dunn orders. But let her go. You're promptly released and proceed to unceremoniously crumble to the floor like a wet paper towel. Ow. up! You're not hurt! Barlett scoffs, crossing her arms with a glare. Wait, hadn't she said something else besides accusing you of being a pirate? Something about hair? Wait, I have blue hair?! The two stare at you with bewilderment as you promptly pull your hair into view. When did you put your hair up in a braid? Wait, scratch that. You're terrible at braiding. Who messed with you while you were asleep? You know what? You're coming with me. The first lieutenant can deal with you for all I care, Corporal Dunn says, hauling you to your feet. Wait, but I'm not a pirate! Really? You could have fooled me, Barlett scoffs. Pirate or not, we'll figure out your real identity soon enough. Now come on! Corporal Dunn snags your wrist once more, pulling you along after her like a scorned child. Maybe this really was a nightmare. Okay. Okay. What is going... Wait a damn minute. Hold up. Am I hearing voices? Maybe I really am high. Wait. No. This is a familiar voice. This is familiar. Hold... Fellas, this is gonna be a little weird, okay? This is gonna be a little strange, especially if you're not what I think you are, but like, you know, maybe I just stream too much, okay? But y'all kind of feel like my chat, which is weird because, you know, I don't even know what's going on here, but you know, you don't suddenly just start hearing your Twitch chat in your head. That's not what, that doesn't happen. So I don't really know what's happening, but wait. Hold on. Yeah, but, you know, I kind of was just guessing because, you know, I didn't know what else to do because, you know, I'm kind of stuck in this room, you know? I don't really, you know, I feel like if I walk out of here, I'm gonna get a crossbow pointed at me, which I don't even know why there are crossbows, actually. Like, I don't really think that those... I didn't think anyone uses those anymore. I mean, I kind of used one as the club, and I barely managed to fire that other one, but I don't really know how I did that. I was kind of, it was just adrenaline. I'm still thinking, like, I'm kind of, like, on adrenaline right now because everything's moving, like, really, really fast. We're fine. It's fine. You're okay. You don't need to worry. Hi, guys. At least I'm not alone. I mean, this is really weird. I promise this ain't a bit, guys. Like, this ain't, yeah, no, calm. I'm calm. I'm fine. I am great. I am having a wonderful time. We're not your chat. We're a figment of your imagination. Bro, you really want to confuse me right now? You really want to do this to me? Oh, okay. I mean, why wouldn't y'all be my swanlings? Like, I mean... if y'all are my chat somehow, which I don't really understand what's going on here and how y'all are here, but, you know, if I'm hearing you guys, yeah, you're my swanlings. Although, wait, if I'm talking to myself, right, say I'm talking to myself, right, what if they hear me? What if they're listening to me right now? Shh. If I just go around saying stuff like that, they're gonna think I'm crazy. If they think I'm crazy, I'm sure my situation's gonna get worse. I don't even know what's going on here. So, I need a better plan. How do I talk to you guys without raising an alarm? How do I do that? Maybe I could, like, take a book. What if I take a book and just, like, pretend I'm reading it? And then, like, I can just claim that I'm muttering to myself about the book. No, that's not gonna work. Wait, if I take their stuff, they're actually gonna get madder. That's a horrible idea. I'm really not good at, like... write what you want to say. I don't have anything to write on, dude. Yeah. How do I talk in my... Well, I guess talk... Wait, can y'all, like, hear my thoughts? Oh, that's so cool. Wow. That's actually really... Okay. Maybe I should focus. Yeah, I'm talking to myself. It's fine. This is normal. I do this all the time. Okay. All I know is I was thrown in here and they told me to, like, just sit tight and they'd be back. Okay, they didn't say it that nice, actually. They really didn't. Ooh, is this a mirror? Maybe I can... Huh. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to use it, right? Like, if I just... Oh, I turned it. On the shelf is a handheld mirror. Maybe you should take a look at yourself? Sure. They did say I had blue hair. That was funky. You carefully take the mirror, angling it in order to see your reflection, and yet the reflection you see is not you. At least, it's not how you remember yourself. You feel as if you're looking at a complete stranger. The stranger has blue hair, dark and vibrant, that's neatly braided down her front. Her bangs curtain her face in a well yet dignified way, cascading down and partly obscuring her left eye. When she blinks, her eyes remind you of shallow pools hinting at darker depths. This stranger cannot be you, and yet, in place of your birthmark is a perfect yellow heart. Same position, similar shape. It's even upside down, just as it always was. They seem to have your freckles and the same pale skin, too. For a stranger, they're oddly familiar. Is this really you? Can this really be you? Wait, my glasses! You'd worn glasses for so long that you no longer registered their weight, so their absence wasn't something you'd noticed until just now. How? You return the mirror to its shelf, balancing against the wall so that it sits upright. When you take a step back, staring intently at the mirror, expecting the lines of the depicted reflection to become fuzzy and blurred. No change. You take another step. Surely now your vision will suffer. You've needed glasses for most of your life, after all. You don't stop until your back hits the opposing wall. You can see? This is amazing! I've never not needed glasses! Damn! You hurry back over to the mirror, eager to observe every inch of this new you. Your outfit consists of a collared blouse with somewhat puffy sleeves and high-waisted pants, held up by a belt with the fanciest buckle you've ever seen in your life. Your boots were fairly simple, but flecked with gold. You have a feeling that you'd look even cooler if you still had Barlett's uniform. A shame. That's probably enough looking in the mirror. Damn! I cannot believe that. Whoa! I actually... Okay, not to, like, fangirl or anything, but I kind of really look like, just, the protagonists of novels and all that stuff, just how they look real cool and all that, I kind of look like that. I mean, that's kind of cool, right? I mean, I kind of, like, oh. The door opens and you stiffen almost instinctively. You'd left everything in its proper place, hadn't you? What if they thought you'd been poking around? Wait. Then they wouldn't have left you in this room if there was anything valuable you could have stumbled across, right? Yeah, you had nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. You watch, nerves alight with anxiety, as a stranger and the corporal lady from before promptly enter, shutting the door behind them. The man hardly spares you a glance as he walks to what you could only assume to be his desk. Corporal Dunn following dutifully behind. He eases into his chair, arms laid out on his desk with his hands pressed together as he settles. His eyes, a pale, stormy blue, totally blue, finally rest on you. You must realize that you're in trouble, he begins, and you do your best to focus, but you're anxious. But do you understand the why am I Texan? But do you understand the weight of it? You remain unmoving, staring almost blankly. Oh, there's a streak of gray in his brown hair. He must be under a lot of pressure. Wait, weren't you supposed to be doing something? Right! He'd asked you if you understood your situation. He'll probably be wanting an answer. Corporal Dunn had said something about a first lieutenant, but you knew next to nothing about military ranks. Was he important? Should you show more respect, or... Not exactly? I mean, no, I don't understand, sir. Be respectful, you're fine. He raises a brow at your choice of honorifics, but otherwise makes no comment. He looks at Corporal Dunn. Roman? Yes, sir? Explain to our guest the severity of her situation. The man, who you suppose could very well be this first lieutenant, instructs. Roman, or Corporal Dunn, nods before facing you. This is beginning to feel more and more like you're in the principal's office. Do you know where you are? Corporal Dunn prompts. An office? For a split second, you swear you could hear someone stifle a laugh. I don't mean it that literally, Dunn huffs, seemingly resisting the urge to facepalm. Do you know what this place is? Oh, it seems you've made another embarrassing mistake. Time to add it to the list. This question you're sure you can answer at least. If I had to guess, this is some sort of military base? If you had to guess, are you saying that you didn't know what this place was when you infiltrated it? The first lieutenant asks calmly. Is he willing to hear you out? That'd be nice, but you're certain that telling the truth is a bad idea. After all, who would believe a crazy story like yours? There's no way you can prove your version of events. Unfortunately, your mind is moments away from blue screening, and you're pretty sure it's already short-circuited twice. You couldn't produce a convincing lie right now even if you wanted to. Oh, well, I didn't really infiltrate. I kind of fell from the sky, you know, just whoop, and then I landed, and it was kind of a thing. You probably could have seen it if you were far enough. I mean... Yes, I've been told of that particular magic stunt of yours, he drawls, leaning back in his chair, thoughtful. This is the second time you've heard them mention magic, so either you're delusional, they're delusional, or this really is some kind of nightmare. Or dream? It isn't as terrifying as when it first started, so maybe you could promote it to dream status rather than nightmare. Then again, there is a fourth possibility. This could all be real. If this were real, that would explain a lot. You'd even mistaken this for reality until you'd survived that fall and saw people running around with swords and crossbows. But nightmares or even dreams don't feel this real, do they? But if this is real, then what was your life before today? Was that real too? Was that maybe the dream in this reality, or is it the other way around? Yeah, whenever you figure out who did this to you, you're going to punch them in the face, even if it turns out to be yourself. You're drawn from your thoughts when Corporal Dunn clears their throat pointedly. Well, when you just so happened to fall from the sky, you fell into Camp Bravo, a Navy training facility. In the process, you interrupted a training exercise, assaulted a recruit, stole from her, proceeded to impersonate a Navy recruit, attacked another recruit, and then failed to promptly identify yourself when questioned. The pit in your stomach grows with each listed offense, and you want nothing more than to sink into the floorboards to avoid the corporal's heated gaze. Oh... It sounds like you're beginning to understand your situation, the first lieutenant remarks. But I didn't do any of that on purpose. I didn't know where I was. I thought I was going to die. We have reason to believe that you're a pirate, Corporal Dunn interjects. What? That's entirely reasonable, the first lieutenant states, once again cutting you off. He stands, moving up from behind his desk, drawing closer to you. You fight the urge to back away, tongue becoming no more than lead in your mouth as the words you wish to say in your defense escape you. Pirates are our natural enemy, just as we are theirs. Why else, then, would an individual go to the lengths you have to disrupt our affairs? He continues, taking your silence as guilt. You should say something. You know he's wrong, but your throat feels tight. There's a weight on your chest that wasn't there before, and any semblance of a spine you had crumbles like ash in the wind. You know what I think, he says, voice no more than a loud, self-righteous whisper. I think that you're just an unfortunate girl. Isn't that right? What? You were down on your luck, so you took the easy way out. Joined up with pirates. Perhaps they persuaded you, even. They're rather good at that, swooping in and offering a hand to the most desperate. Unfortunately, most never see that hand for the dagger that it is. He's weaving a story, you realize, justifying perceived actions with pure speculation. That's... You try to speak, but the words won't come. You owed them a debt for your life. You owed them a debt for your life, of course. After all, where would you be without them? So when they took that dagger and placed it in your hands, the choice was easy, wasn't it? All they had to do was tell you where to aim. No. Eliminate our most vulnerable. Delay a generation of honest sailors. For your life, you'd do anything, wouldn't you? Your protest dies on your tongue. They won't believe you. First Lieutenant, sir, isn't this a bit much? Corporal Dunn tries, meeting your gaze for a fleeting moment. You realize you must look terrified. Sir, at least let her speak. The first lieutenant, whose name you never hope to learn for fear that it is just as terrible as he, turns and sets a fierce glare upon the corporal. She seems unnerved, unable to meet his gaze. You don't even try this time. You know they won't listen. The first lieutenant makes to speak when the door to his office opens. In the doorway is yet another stranger in uniform, different still from the ones you've seen thus far. Behind the stranger is someone else, almost completely obscured. The room suffers a tense silence. Am I interrupting something? The stranger finally asks, wearing a casual smile. The question seems to snap the first lieutenant from his silence. This is an interrogation. You can't just walk in here, he snaps, throwing out his arms as if to emphasize his point. Corporal Dunn offers the stranger a respectful nod. Captain, she greets. Captain? As in captain of a ship? Were you supposed to greet him too? It probably couldn't hurt. Welcome, Captain, sir? Your voice is a bit shaky, but otherwise audible, much to your relief. The stranger gives you a polite nod in return, his single green eye looking upon you warmly. His other eye seems to be covered by some odd machinery. The man smiles, descending the steps into the office to stand before the first lieutenant. There was in fact another person standing behind, and they promptly follow after the stranger. You don't really focus on them, eyes naturally drawn to the other newcomer. If I can't just walk in here, then what did I just do? The stranger prompts, chuckling. I think you meant to say that I shouldn't, not that I can't. First Lieutenant does not seem to share in his amusement. You cannot just walk in here without consequence, he amends, struggling not to lose his temper. Calm down, Lieutenant Quinn. I'm not here to undermine your interrogation. Quinn raises a brow. It's First Lieutenant, Captain Raven. And if not for that, then why else would you be so insistent on interrupting me? Captain Raven chuckles. I just want to observe, I promise. Just pretend like I'm not here. True to his word, the captain removes himself to a corner and settles down in his fair chair. His mini shadow follows after him. When things don't immediately resume, Raven gestures things onward. Please continue. Don't put everything on hold for my sake, he insists. Quinn rolls his eyes, reluctant to let him remain, but not finding much other choice. Fine. He turns back to you, and you swallow thickly, trying to retain your ability to speak. Now, are you or are you not a pirate? Think carefully before you answer, girl. What could you say? Not a single word you've said so far has changed their minds. Why would this time be any different? But you can't just not answer, either. I'm not a pirate. Just as you begin to speak, someone politely clears their throat. Is your throat irritated, Captain? Corporal Dunn asks, as Quinn looks on with clear impatience. My throat is fine, thank you. I was just surprised. It seems to me as if neither of you know our suspect's name, Raven states. That's... Dunn falters, unsure of what to say. We've no record of her in our files, and the first lieutenant never... Corporal Dunn, Quinn warns, and Dunn quiets. If you're going to make such a fuss about it, I'll ask the girl her name. Captain Raven stands, shaking his head. That won't be necessary. I'll ask her myself. What? At first you're not sure you heard him correctly. Why would he care to learn your name, and why was he getting involved? Was he not going to get in trouble for this? Ignoring Quinn's protests, Captain Raven brushes past him and stops before you. Unlike with Quinn, you don't feel caged by this man. If you'll allow me, I'd like to properly introduce myself. He was giving you a choice? Was he trying to help you? Sure, go ahead. He gives you a slight nod of appreciation. I am Fair Raven. I'm a captain, as you've likely gathered. Feel free to address me casually, or if you must, do call me Captain Fair. Raven is a bit too somber for my tastes. Apparently, keeping your word isn't to your tastes either, Quinn quips irritably. I simply think that everyone deserves a chance, Quinn, Fair replies. When Quinn does not respond, he turns back to you. Now, are you willing to take that chance? That wasn't exactly asking for your name, was it? Either you're reading way too deep into things, or this Captain Fair or Raven, whoever he is offering you something. His help, maybe? That seems most likely. You're not sure what his goal is, but are you really in a position where you can question that? If he's willing to give you a chance, maybe you should give him one. Your name, huh? Oddly enough, your name just doesn't feel right. The hand mirror comes to mind suddenly. The person you saw in that mirror felt like a different version of you, one you'd never dared to imagine. Your name just doesn't feel right. This version of yourself, this different you, needs her own name. Your mind drifts to the only other name you've ever gone by. Swan Sorceress. That name is just as much a part of you as your real name is, isn't it? Sure, you probably shouldn't use the whole of that, but... I'm Swan, and while I may not have much evidence, I'm not a pirate, and I didn't come here with any bad intentions. You may not be the best at reading people, but they do typically tend to tell you who they are given time. You'll just have to trust him until he gives you a reason that you can't. Quinn scoffs. That's... Fair interjects. That's good enough for me. He turns to face Quinn, who looks dumbfounded. Crippledun hesitantly steps forward. Sir, I mean no offense, but this isn't your interrogation. Ah, but this is my recruit, Fair declares. With those words, the room erupts into a shouting match, and you've clearly gotten yourself into a bigger mess than ever before. Just what exactly did you agree to? You want to ask him just what he meant by that, but asking about it now could be taken as you contesting it, and he may not have another way to get you out of this. For now, it'll be best if you kept quiet, probably. You mean to tell me that you want to sponsor her? Quinn demands, slamming a fist against the nearest wall. Dunn watches the nearby bookshelf warily, as if afraid Quinn would topple its contents next. Fair nods. Yes, is that a problem? Quinn leans against the wall, bearing his head into the crook of his arm for just a moment. He lets out a haughty, disbelieving laugh. Is that a problem, he asks. Perhaps your true calling is theater. We both know that I'm not one to joke, Quinn. Not about matters like this. Quinn lifts his head to regard Fair, back now pressed against the wall. Whether or not she's a pirate, her actions today were undeniably suspicious. That makes her untrustworthy at best and criminal at worst. I cannot condone the sponsorship of such a person. Then what do you plan on doing with her? Fair questions. It'll take weeks, if not months, for any inquiries you make of HQ to get back to you. There's no guarantee that they'll turn up anything useful, either. If you're hoping the thought of paperwork and time will deter me, it won't, Quinn deadpans. Fair shakes his head. That's not quite the angle I'm driving. Then drive a better one or get to the point, Fair. Need I point out that the position you're putting me in isn't one I appreciate? Quinn points out. What position was Fair putting the first lieutenant in? He's been mostly giving in to Fair's whims since he arrived, but before when it had just been him and Corporal Dunn, well, the Corporal by no means got the lieutenant to listen to her as easily as Fair had. From the sounds of it, Fair and Quinn knew each other somewhat, but that couldn't be the end of it. They don't seem to be on that good of terms. Why then? Someone taps you lightly on the shoulder, nearly making you jump out of your own skin. You manage not to yelp or shriek or do anything that would make your reaction that much more embarrassing, so you take it for the small victory that it is. Once you're sure your heart isn't going to burst through your rib cage, you look over your shoulder to find the culprit. Your brain doesn't immediately recognize them, leaving you to stand there staring until your mind produces the desired information. You're pretty sure this is the recruit that walked in with Fair? He offers you an apologetic smile, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you, he whispers. Holy heck, he has horns! You blink, staring at the small black horns that poke out of his white curls. You cannot be any more obvious, can you? He doesn't comment, despite how stupid you must look, and probably rude. It's rude to stare like that, isn't it? You need to do better. Captain Raven is higher in rank than First Lieutenant Quinn, he says, gesturing to the two. It's a bit complicated since Lieutenant Quinn is in charge of this place. Normally it'd be a captain and one is stationed here, but they've been gone for a while. The quartermaster too. Not sure what they're doing, but Lieutenant Quinn's in charge because of it. So while the lieutenant technically has final say on all things Camp Bravo, Fair can still use his authority to get a bit of leeway? He nods. Exactly. The two of you look back to the three others, all still debating, and then back at each other. It didn't seem like they'd be done arguing anytime soon. I'm Cade. Swan. I hear you're the girl from the sky. Well, that's better than Sky Girl at least, but with your luck, you're bound to be called that by someone sooner or later. Unfortunately. You and Cade fall silent, turning back to the ongoing debate, or tuning back into the ongoing debate. I'll take full responsibility, Fair says. We both know you could easily have her thrown into a cell for the length of your investigation, but come whatever the result, you'll just have to hand her off to someone else anyway. Just think of this as you speeding up the process. It's not that simple, and you know it, Quinn groans, massaging his temples. I know, Fair acknowledges, but all you would be doing is releasing her into my custody and allowing her a conditional enlistment under my sponsorship. Technically, that's all by the book. Quinn rolls his eyes. You and your technicalities, Fair shrugs. I like to play within the law. Sure you do. Quinn is silent for a long time, maneuvering back over to his desk and sinking into his chair as if burdened by a great weight. Arms resting upon his desk, he buries his head into his hands with a sigh. I'll allow this under one condition, Quinn finally says, looking at Fair through the gaps between his fingers. And that is? If this somehow comes back to me in any negative way, whether or not it is your intention, you're going to save my job, even if it means giving up your own. Capiche? Quinn lists tiredly, straightening in his chair. Fair does not answer immediately, contemplating. He finally nods. That's a fair request. I accept your condition. This was a good thing, right? You really don't like being unsure about things, especially things involving your future. Good. Now get out of my office, all of you, he orders, further shooing you all towards the door with a wave of an arm. I hear one peep of trouble with this one's name on it, and I'm pulling the plug, Quinn warns. I'll keep that in mind, Fair promises, before glancing your way. He nods towards the door, and you hesitantly look between him and Quinn. Is this really all right? Fair's gaze softens. I'm sure you have many questions. I'll do my best to answer as many as I can, but it would be best if we go elsewhere for now. Well, you do have a lot of questions. Damn it, now you have to go with him. All right. Corporal Dunn stands beside the door, waiting for everyone to have exited first before she herself goes through, softly shutting the door behind her. I'll be going then, she announces, mildly uncertain. Fair simply nods, and she's quick to make for the exit, leaving the three of you behind. Cade looks to Fair. Is there anything else you need, Captain? No, thank you for guiding me here. You are dismissed. Cade nods, turning to you. Well, from the sounds of it, you might be enlisting. I guess that means I might be seeing you around. I guess so. I really don't know what's going on. He smiles sympathetically. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I mean, joining up isn't the worst thing in the world. Unless you hate running, or exercise, or just anything involving physical movement or labor, you know, just casually. That's true, Cade chuckles. Well, I'll see you when I see you. I ought to report in before people start thinking I've gone missing. He offers a small salute to Fair and one final wave to you before following after Corporal Dunn and heading for the exit. Damn it, you'd forgotten to ask about his horns! Well, that actually might not be such a bad thing considering how rude such a question probably was. Oh well. Fair comes to stand next to you. I know that whole fiasco was a lot, but it'll get easier from here. I'm sorry for not arriving sooner. That kind of sounds like you had prior knowledge of it or something? In a way, but not how you think. It's nothing sinister, Fair promises, looking around as if he were expecting someone. A member of my crew has made it more or less her mission to make sure I'm as informed of the goings-ons of this place as I can be. The moment she caught wind of your arrival, she came to me. So, what made you decide to actually, well, get involved? Curiosity, mainly. It's not every day you hear about someone falling from the sky. Wait, if it's not every day, you didn't say that it was never. Like it was just some rare occurrence, but it happened. Wait, so is it kind of normal? That means other people have fallen from the sky before me, right? Can you tell me about them? Fair glances at you, mildly surprised by your slew of questions. I can't claim to be the most knowledgeable when it comes to history, but I think I can solidly say that people falling from the sky is not normal or frequent, so there's not really anything I can tell you. Oh, I misunderstood you, didn't I? I just misinterpreted everything you said. I'm great at that. You can't help but feel disappointed. If there were others like you, surely you'd be able to figure out why all of this was happening to you, and whether or not this was actually real. Then again, this type of predicament would never allow the answers to be handed to you on a silver platter. That'd be too easy, and from all the reading you've done, the last thing this whole mess is going to be is easy. Hare watches you for a moment, brow furrowed with concern. He begins to say something when a woman and a dog enter the building, stealing his attention. He raises a hand, beckoning them over. Catherine, we're over here. We were waiting for people? Since when? You trail off as the fluffy white dog breaks away from the woman and comes racing across the room towards you both. Bear takes a knee just in time for the fluffy mountain of a dog to rear up and bury him in a dog equivalent of a hug. Woof! It's good to see you too, Robo-Dog, Fair says, voice slightly muffled by the mass of fur. Robo-Dog clearly shares the sentiment, as shown by his fiercely wagging tail. You've never seen a dog this fluffy in your life, at least not in person. Your best guess is that he's a Samoyed? You blink, spotting what you can only assume to be metal amidst the sea of white fur. You crane your neck, trying to get a better look. Either this dog was wearing armor around his midsection, or part of him was literally metal. Or maybe machinery? Some parts looked rather similar to Fair's eye patch. Huh. The woman you'd briefly forgotten about finally catches up. You're going to get white fur all over your jacket, she comments, briefly glancing your way. Is she a part of your crew? That she is, Fair confirms, giving Robodog a few more scritches before he reluctantly straightens. Robodog plops back onto all fours. Swan, meet Catherine. Catherine, meet Swan. You look at her jacket, trying to get a read on her position in the grand scheme of things. It's definitely less fancy than the first lieutenant's and Fair's, and looks a bit like the recruit uniform, so maybe around there? It's nice to meet you. Likewise. Catherine is the one I was telling you about, Fair clarifies, and you nod. Now, why don't we head upstairs? I owe you some answers, and I know you'll be wanting an update, Catherine. How did you ever guess? Catherine asks sarcastically, lightly teasing. I have my ways, Fair replies, chuckling. Will people be able to, overhear our conversation? 'Cause I'd prefer they don't. 'Cause I have some questions. Your question is notably odd, a fact Fair's expression acknowledges as he looks at you. We're just heading to a waiting area, so it won't guarantee privacy. Still, it'll likely be fine. Oh, sure. I guess I'll follow you? Fair and Catherine share a glance before he nods. It's not far. Sure. I guess I'll follow you. I think he went up here. You follow Fair up the steps and into a windowed room. You linger near the doorway, still mildly uncertain about all of this, while he ventures over to the windows. He seems to relish in the sunlight, letting a single eye fall closed, his back to you. Catherine crosses the room to a bookshelf, idly browsing the titles, while Robodog quickly reattaches himself to Fair's side. As you look on, more questions burn in your mind, some more relevant than others. Why did he wear that odd eye patch? Was it some type of high-tech vision enhancement device, or was it because he literally lost his eye or something? Just what was 𝐂𝐑? What did he mean by sponsorship? Was this all really just a dream, or were you actually 𝐒𝐊𝐘𝐂 or something? What happens to you now? And just, what are you? Sure, you don't have horns like 𝐂𝐑, but there's no way your hair is naturally blue if you're normal, right? Then again, you've seen people with pink and white hair by now, and you're plenty sure there were more unnatural hair colors amongst the recruits you saw while heading over here. But probably most importantly, why did he really help you? I can feel you burning a hole into my back, Fair comments idly. Sorry. Rather than apologize, why don't you satiate a bit of your curiosity, Fair proposes. I did say that I would answer your questions. He did say that, it's why you'd followed him. Still, it was one thing to be curious and another to actually voice your questions. Besides, what if it became clear that you didn't know half the things that you were probably supposed to know? They could brand you as a witch or something. Then again, maybe you could just argue that you were really sheltered. Yeah, that could maybe work. Still, you were pretty bad at lying when you hadn't prepared for every single possibility known to man. What if they ask where you're from if you claim you're sheltered? They'll easily catch you in a lie if you make up a place. Well, probably not immediately, but still. Once they try to validate anything you tell them, they'd know for sure, and then your life would be over. I need to take a drink of water. I'm out of water. Okay, you're probably being a little overdramatic about this. You know your strengths, kind of, so you'll just avoid lying. And Lord, why was this all so complicated? You just had to be the one to get 𝐒𝐊𝐘𝐂 into some crazy world with pirates and magic and Lord knows what else. Oh, and you still need to ask a question. What happened to your eye? That's the question you ask? Really? The most insensitive one possible, of course. Why couldn't you just be normal for once in your life? Fair pauses, and for a moment you're afraid that you've dug at something you really shouldn't have, but then he's laughing, lightly shaking his head in amusement. That, he says, I did not expect. I'm sorry, that was rude. You don't have to answer that. It's all right. You're not the first person to ask about it, Fair assures you, waving off your concern. That just makes you more nervous. Just how many people have asked this exact question despite it clearly involving a sensitive topic? Well, you're now among that number, but still, what if he feels obligated to answer because of his promise? Making him uncomfortable is the last thing you'd wanted to do. Before you can once again assure him that you really don't need to know, Fair speaks again, having turned away from the window to face you. It isn't a difficult question for me, I promise. I was just a little surprised that that was your first question, all things considered. Ah, that made sense. You did just escape possible imprisonment? Any normal person in your position would probably be asking the important questions, but you? No, you're special, clearly. You manage an awkward smile. I'm just, I'm kind of frazzled right now. Dear Lord. Fair simply nods, understanding. Well, at least you're not being judged. You watch as Fair once again turns back to the window, gaze set upon the horizon. The orangey light of sunset bleeds into the room, casting him in a worn light. He's silent for a moment, searching for the right words. I'd lost my eye shortly before I became a captain. He raises a hand, fingers lightly ghosting the metal of the contraption that's now sat over his right eye, lost in a memory. At the time, I served on the Dianthus. She was a fine ship, but her captain was lacking. Catherine wears a quiet smile, as if she too were sharing in the memory. That's the understatement of the century, she states. He smiles. I know. How did it happen? You're not sure why you're suddenly so enthralled in this story, but you haven't even heard more than a few of... You're not sure why you're suddenly so enthralled in this story, but you haven't even heard more than a few of the details. But the way Fair smiles, it's not a happy one. But it's not one of regret or sorrow either, like you'd expected. It seemed peaceful? Sure, you knew that it was possible to forgive and move on, but you find it hard to imagine anyone ever fully letting go of that kind of hurt. Maybe that's just you, though. You get the feeling that he wouldn't change what happened, even if given the chance. That feeling maybe is what has you so curious. On the last voyage the Dianthus ever took, our crew engaged in a costly battle that never should have happened. Everyone paid a price that day. My captain paid with his life, and I with my eye. Fair recounts, hand falling back to his side. He turns to look at you, his singular eye bright. When one is a coward, thou ought to die as one, but for the one that sees a coward's folly and does not act, he should be blind, for he has chosen to blind others. Is he saying that he deserved what happened to him? He frowned, confused and mildly unsettled. Robodog nuzzles his face into Fair's open palm, briefly catching his attention. Fair gives him a reassuring pat. It sounds harsh, doesn't it? Yeah. You nod, because of course it does. It doesn't seem fair to hold people accountable for the actions of others. Not to that extent. Once I would have agreed, Fair says, moving away from the window. After it happened, I was terribly bitter. I had to relearn how to do most things, and that feeling of helplessness was not one I welcomed. Well, you don't think anyone would welcome that, honestly. Still, you wonder what made him change his mind. Fair continues. Eventually, my anger faded and my bitterness ebbed. In the end, I was left feeling empty. Part of me wondered why I'd ever done anything at all if this was where it left me. And then I realized that I hadn't really done anything. His voice is gentle, but not quiet. He speaks as if talking to himself, or more accurately, as if he were talking to his past self. There's a kind of gentleness to it, a kindness he's giving himself, maybe? Or perhaps it's a kindness he gave himself a long time ago. It was a horrible realization at the time, but now I consider it to be my saving grace. I'd known for a long time that my captain was a fool in many ways, but I turned a blind eye. I told myself that he wouldn't put us in any unreasonable danger, that he knew better. And then he did. And then he did, Fair echoes. But how does that make what happened to you right? You feel as if you're in a trance as you watch him aglow in the fading light of day. He is a man, perhaps, of broken dreams given flight, a cage long forgotten. It is with this certainty that he holds himself, and as you look upon him, it feels near infectious. He tilts his head ever so slightly, a serious look in his eye, as he regards you. You instinctually straighten, as if being examined. If you can stand yourself after knowingly leaving a wound to fester, are you not a coward? And if you are a coward, do you really see the world? Or are you as good as blind? Fair questions. And it is then that you realize the depth at which he has considered these things. I thought myself a good man, and perhaps I was, but I was not a man fit to lead. Now, I hope I am. I think that was worth an eye. Was that why he came to your aid? Did he know that the First Lieutenant Quinn would be too quick in judging you, and therefore felt as if he had to act? That's why he'd really come to Quinn's office, to make sure you were given a fair chance. And once he saw that you weren't, he intervened and gave you the chance that you would have otherwise been denied. So there was no other motive here than, what, goodwill? A sense of responsibility? Or maybe this was his way of atoning for what happened. Whatever the case, he really does just seem to be a good person. Someone you could respect and admire, even. Does that sufficiently answer your question? He asks. It's answered several, you think? Yeah, I think it does. He seems pleased, venturing away from the window into one of the nearby couches. He settles onto it like it's an old friend, crossing one leg over the other. Robodog is quick to join him, leaping onto the couch with a soft woof. He makes himself comfortable before laying down, resting his head on Fair's lap. Catherine remains standing, seeming to prefer it. Now, that can't be your only question. I recommend you ask all of your questions now, because there may not be time later. The floor is yours. What other curiosities do you have? And chat, I hate to pause right here, but I really need to go get more water because my throat is hurty. So we're just gonna go on BRB real quick, and I will be right back. I promise. Hold on. Alright, chat, I'm back. Hello, thank you for all the virtual hugs and the hydrate. Hugs! Hello, guys! I'll drink, like, a lot of water at the end of the stream and, like, throughout, so your hydrates are going to use, I promise. I have a full cup of water now. God, okay, let's get back to this. Minecraft. This is gonna sound weird, but am I dreaming? Was this the smartest question to ask? Absolutely not, but you had to know, and maybe they'd somehow be able to tell you for certain. A misguided hope, but a hope all the same. Pardon Catherine looks at you with mild concern, brow furrowed, but Fair simply looks at you as if you hadn't asked anything strange. Does this feel like a dream to you? He asks, while Catherine seems to struggle with herself, clearly wanting to ask something else. You're glad she doesn't, because you're not sure what you'd say to any expressed concern. You already don't know how you're going to navigate this line of questioning. Kind of? It's hard to explain. Is it because of your fall? Fair questions, tilting his head ever so slightly. Well, it kind of was, but the real reason is because you went to sleep and woke up to find yourself falling out of the literal sky, while you somehow survived. The rest was just icing on this already disaster of a cake, but you couldn't just tell him that, then even Fair would have to think you're crazy. Things just aren't how I remember them. Well, ain't that the vaguest thing you've ever said, and entirely unhelpful. Great job, Swan. Although for Catherine, the opposite seems to be true. She frowns, resting a hand on her chin. I admit I might be making quite the leap here, but Swan, do you have any odd gaps in your memory or feelings of immense confusion? Amnesia? Fair guesses after a moment, and Catherine nods. Amnesia? Why hadn't you thought of that in the first place? You could have just told them you had amnesia from the start, and that would have explained so much. Well, it probably wouldn't have stopped the suspicion, but surely after you displayed your complete and utter lack of understanding about, well, everything, they would have believed you. Well, better late than never. At least now you shouldn't have to worry too much about them thinking your questions are odd. I don't remember anything from before I fell. Guys, what do you mean the accident wasn't my fault? Nothing. Sorry. Sorry, I got distracted. Don't mind me. You don't remember anything? Catherine echoes slowly, expression twisting into a mixture of regret and horror. And you were put through an interrogation. Why didn't you say anything? She asks, which you must admit is a valid question. I was kind of scared. It didn't seem like anyone really wanted to listen to me, so I need to have a serious talk with Quinn, it seems, Fair muses, appearing displeased. It vanishes the moment he looks your way, that muddled warmth returning. I don't know much on the topic, but I assume that with your memory so heavily affected, some of your general knowledge must have been impacted as well. Am I right? You nod, not sure whether you should attempt to elaborate or not. In the end, it seems as if you won't have to. Catherine plucks a small notepad and something wrapped in a small white cloth from an inner pocket. From the cloth, she produces what you can only assume to be a stick of charcoal or something. She begins to sketch, speaking as she does so. The world we live in is known as REM, she says, drifting closer to you. And we are in the region of Bastios. There are other regions, but we can discuss those later. She pauses beside you, adding a few finishing touches before she presents her sketch to you. You take the leather-bound notebook and blanket what you assume to be a map of Bastios, drawn from memory, apparently. As far as you could tell, Bastios seemed to be a group of islands, all of varying sizes. We are about here, Catherine adds, carefully pointing to one of the smaller islands. Bastios? Huh. There was no way this was a dream. You had to have been isekai or you'd gone insane. This incomplete map, as sketched and rushed as it was far too detailed to be a product of a dream. This revelation did not bring you the assurance you'd hoped it would, but rather further adds to your dread. Unable to keep your emotions from bleeding into your expression, Fair grows visibly concerned. Swan, are you all right? You carefully hand the notebook back to Catherine, taking what you hope to be a calming breath. I've decided that this isn't a dream, is all. Fair considers your words carefully, as if worried his response could harm you. It's not bad to dream, he finally says, for life is but a long dream, and we, the dreamers, share in it. We'll be here with you, Catherine assures you, and until she'd said those words, you hadn't realized how much you'd needed to hear them. It was terrifying, this whole thing. Falling from the sky, fighting for your life, kind of, and then getting half accused of being, well, a pirate. You were used to a more average life, where your excitement stemmed from reading about grand adventures as opposed to you partaking in them yourself. The tight knot your anxiety had wound itself into loosened somewhat, and you can breathe easier. After a moment, you nod slowly, because you are not alone right now. You are here, sharing in a dream. It's nice, you think. Thank you. Catherine offers you a smile, resting a hand briefly on your shoulder and giving it a small squeeze, before she returns to her earlier position. I'm sure you have other questions. Would you like to ask them? She prompts. Yeah, I think so. The floor is yours. What other curiosities do you have? Yeah, no, guys, I'm starting to really think the isekai, yeah, I don't really see any other possibility. Or I'm insane. That's always an option. You know, just that one. Okay, I don't mean this, I don't want to be rude, okay? I really don't, but is it normal for people to have horns, or... That explains why you seem so startled by Cade, then, Fair comments, sounding faintly amused. Great, so anyone in that room could have picked up on your narrowly avoided heart attack. Wonderful! Unaware of your inner plight, Catherine forges onward. I assume you're referring to dreads, she guesses. Fair nods, confirming her suspicions. Dreads are a magically inclined people, with their key physical trait being a set of horns. So, yes, it's quite normal, Catherine then says, sounding very similar to a Wikipedia article. Wait, this meant there were different species, right? Then maybe there was an explanation for your blue hair. Although your head was already spinning from all the new information and events of today, so maybe you won't dig too much into that right now. Well, the different species part, at least. Oh, sure, I have another question. So, what's a seatbelt? Corporal Dunn mentioned it earlier, and I kind of just pretended to know what it was, but, I don't really know, man. Would you like to see one? Fair offers. You nod, because why not? Lord, I've drank too many, I've drank too many sodas today. Fair gently pushes Rope Dog's head from his lap, much to the sleepy dog's displeasure, so that he could stand. Every member of this navy has a seatbelt, he explains, unlatching the golden belt from around his waist. He gathers it in his hand, thumbing over each circular link until he finds the one he was after. And here, on the inner side, we record basic information such as name, crew, and rank. It helps us identify our members in several capacities, but the information does vary depending on rank. He gestures you over as he explains, pointing out various things in the small metal oval as he mentions them. Fair Raven, Captain, the Nevermore. What's the year for? Fair looks upon it fondly. That's the year I enlisted. Once I retire, that year will be recorded here, he says, pointing to the blank space beside it. Well, that made sense. Will I be... Which will I be getting one of these should I choose, guys? He nods. If you decide to enlist, then yes. Wait, that made it sound as if you had a choice in the matter. From the way the talk with Quinn had gone, you'd figured you'd have to join up. Huh. I have another question. So again, another bit of an odd question, but what am I? You know, my hair's kind of blue, and I'm pretty sure that's not normal. I think. Well, you look... That's Fair's voice. Hold on. Well, you look human, Catherine notes after giving you a once-over. And your hair color isn't abnormal. Plenty of people have blue hair. Oh, well, that was a little anticlimactic, but oh well. Well, I have another question. So, what happens to me now? This was the question you were perhaps dreading the most. It wasn't because you thought Fair and Catherine were going to be unfair to you, or that you were going to be sentenced to some terrible fate. Rather, you were afraid of change. After having a normal, monotonous life for so long, something this monumental felt intimidating. Still, in some ways, you felt ready. Ready for whatever this new world would bring you. Fair wanders back to the window, the fading sun now but dying embers. That is up to you, he says. You have the option of enlisting in the Navy under my sponsorship, although it would come with conditions due to the suspicious surroundings of your origin. At least until we can get that cleared up, he explains, and you nod, having figured as much. The other option is you don't. In this instance, I'd see to it that you're taken to the nearest training port by a capable captain. From there, and with a little hard work, you should eventually be able to travel anywhere. That is the great thing about Bastios. The sea's our limit. I've heard you mention sponsorships, but you haven't told me just what that entails. Ah, sorry about that. It must have slipped my mind, Fair admits sheepishly. Rodog slightly baps him with a paw as if to reprimand him for the mistake. You can't help but smile seeing that. It essentially ties our fates together. As your sponsor, your actions will come back to me and impact either my reputation or my position. The same is true for you, but opposite. Then, in regards to the future, if you ever take the shipment exam, which you are eligible to take once you've turned 18, you'll be automatically transferred to my crew. Typically, new shipmen have little choice over which crew they're assigned to, but through sponsorship, that changes. It's a way for captains to scout talent, essentially, Fair explains. I know you're not completely familiar... Oh, that's Catherine. I know you're not completely familiar with our ranks, but shipmen are the rank just above recruits. It's when you're officially able to join the fight, as they say, Catherine elaborates. And this is the shipman uniform. She holds out her arms, giving a slow spin to show off her uniform. It's a bit surprising to learn that Catherine is just a shipman. You'd gotten the feeling that Fair often relied on her, so you figured that her rank would reflect that. So how badly can my actions affect you? Just a little curious here, you know? I could be stripped of my rank and dishonorably discharged, Fair answers rather bluntly at that. That was not the answer you'd wanted to hear. As if able to tell what you're thinking, Fair turns to you once more. I don't say that to frighten you. If I truly thought you were going to purposely drag my name through the mud, I likely would have found a different solution. I trust what you told me, unless there's a reason I shouldn't. He pauses, looking at you expectantly. After you fail to provide one, he nods to himself, as if that's what he'd expected. Then I have nothing to worry about, and neither do you. But you did have something to worry about. Given your track record, causing messes wasn't just going to be a one-time thing for you. Still, he seems so certain that this wasn't something he was going to regret. Alright. I'll join the Navy. Fair smiles, as if proud, and it makes you feel warm? You're likely misinterpreting things. He's probably just glad that he was able to help you out, after all. In that case, we'll want to get the paperwork started right away. That was fair. In that case, we'll want to get the paperwork started right away, he says, looking at Catherine. I can take her down to Gladys, Catherine replies. Gladys? Paperwork? Hold on, just how long was this process going to take? You'll need to think of a last name for yourself, Swan, Fair informs you. We record a full legal name for every enlisted member. Oh, and don't worry, it doesn't have to be your actual legal name. It's actually rather common for people to join the Navy in order to reinvent themselves here, which is far easier under a new name. Oh, no, you had to come up with a last name? You barely managed to scrounge up Swan when you needed to provide a name in the first time. How exactly were you supposed to come up with anything good now? It's not like you could just say, sure, call me Swan Sorceress. That sounded like a surefire way to get bullied. Just imagining any higher up addressing you as Sorceress made your skin crawl. You could not do that under any circumstances. Why couldn't you just go by Swan? It wasn't exactly a normal name, but it at least didn't sound completely ridiculous. Can't I just be Swan? Like you can put it down twice or something. Catherine blinks at you incredulously, as if certain she heard you wrong. You want me to put Swan as your legal name? A name that will be printed on any and all official documents and legal paperwork, she says slowly, as if expecting you to jump in and say that she's wrong. Okay, when she says it like that, it sounds stupid. Still, you don't have any better ideas, so... That's right. Oh, I can't think of stuff on the spot. Don't ask me to do this. I need at least a week's advance notice, bro. You think you can hear Fair attempting to stifle laughter over in the corner, but every time you glance over at him, he's just staring at the window with the same pleasant look on his face. Catherine sighs and gathers herself. Well, if that's what you want, she concedes. She didn't have to sound so defeated about it. It's not that bad. Then I'll leave Swan in your care, Catherine, Fair says, looking between you both. Swan, once all your papers are in order, you'll be assigned to a barrack. The people you meet there will be the ones you live with until you pass the shipment exam, and are your company. You'll train together, eat together, and, well, I think you get the point. I recommend you get a good night's rest. You'll need it to start your training You'll need it to start your training right come tomorrow morning. That's not intimidating at all. I'll do my best, I guess. That's all I can do. He nods and seemingly dismisses both Catherine and you with a look. Catherine turns to you. All right, shall we get going? We'll need to take your measurements for your uniform as well. Oh boy, it seems like you had a fun next few hours ahead of you. Sure, after you. That took hours. It's already night. Ooh, it's actually like, whoa, that's so pretty. Okay, I promise I've seen the night sky before. I promise, okay? It's just really pretty. I've never seen it so clear. Huh. Oh, why are there still so many people out? Which one is number 1? Because I'm seeing like 3. Oh, this one? Okay. I guess I'll just... That's actually a pretty big building. I was expecting to be crammed into a box like a sardine. I mean, not to say that, like, y'all have bad accommodations or I don't know what I was expecting, okay? I've had a lot of expectations kind of, like, broken, and I'm kind of rambling because I'm panicking, and, you know, it's just... Okay. Anything else I need to know before I, like, I don't know, try to find food? Oh, wait, actually, yeah, is there food? Am I getting fed? I'm kind of hungry. Oh, that would explain those cooking pots. Yeah, hopefully someone else typically cooks, because I'm kind of a disaster, I'm not gonna lie. I could burn water if I tried. Probably, well, okay, I'm probably not that bad, actually. I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad, I promise. Maybe. I'm really good at selling myself, aren't I? I'm just real good at okay, I wasn't planning on it, okay? Okay, is there just anything else I need to know, I guess, before I go meet my fate? Oh, okay, great! I guess I'll get to fit in well tomorrow. Thanks for all your help, Catherine. Is it alright if I call you that, or do I need to, like, call you by your last name? Is that the proper way of... I mean, Fair kind of preferred his first name. Oh, Lord. This is kind of complicated, ain't it? Okay, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I guess I'll get going, I suppose. Bye. Okay. I'll see you when I see you. Oh, Lord. Okay. It's just me in the middle of the night. Well, as you walk towards your barrack, guided by lanterns and firelight, you hear a very familiar voice that promptly fills you with dread. Hey, just what are you doing here? No, it can't be. You aren't in the same barrack as her, are you? Because if you are, that means you're also in the same company, which means you'll have to train with her, which means your life is as good as over. I'm just, finding my barrack. You turn to meet the familiar voice and see none other than Barlett, whose actual name you probably should learn because it feels really awkward referring to one of your peers by their last name. Wait, if you're... Barlett seems to come to the same conclusion as you have, and she looks just as, if not more, against the arrangement. You shouldn't be within 5 feet of me, let alone in the Navy! Upon being met with your tired, partially defeated stare, she balks. No, you can't be serious. They actually let you join up? Yes. Yes, they did. The simplicity of your response seems to infuriate her more, as she groans into the palms of her hands while aggressively pacing in a circle. She stops suddenly, pointing directly towards Barrack 1. That's my barrack. Please, for the love of unity, tell me you're not in there. Unity be damned, whoever that is, but this information is as unpleasant for you as it is for her. About that, seriously, can I catch a freaking break? She complains. Your back and forth is by no means quiet, and Barlett seems to be the opposite of subtle. This classifies as a scene, doesn't it? Yeah, Barlett is causing a scene, and you're unfortunately in it. I don't plan on causing any trouble. Okay, look, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but that first whole day kind of was just a disaster. I more or less thought you were trying to kill me, so I kind of just reacted to turn. Like, dude, I've never knocked someone out in my life before, okay? Like, you have to understand that I had no idea what I was doing, okay? Like, I was lucky. I think that's it, man. Like, I'll shut up now. You know, just, okay. Sure you don't, she utters, voice dripping with sarcasm. What you assume to be but another resident of Barrack 1 approaches the commotion, a bowl and cup in hand. He seems tired, features somewhat resembling Barlett's. Daphne, we're going to get another noise complaint, he complains, looking from her to you. Any reason you're trying to wake up the whole camp? The girl, Daphne Barlett, aggressively gestures at you. She's the one who stole my uniform and totally screwed up my results in the evaluation, she huffs. He blinks. Oh, so that was you. Nice job. Thanks, I think. Devin, you're supposed to be on my side, she fumes. Hard to do that when you're making a fool of yourself, Devin remarks with a shrug. So I take it you're new? Ignore my sister. She's just mad at her own performance, and now the rest of us get to suffer because of it. That's not it! I'll keep that in mind, but yeah, I'm the new one. It's very fun. Several sets of footfalls catch your attention, and evidently the siblings, oh no, this was far more attention than you'd ever wanted, and right now all you wanted to do was get something to eat and then pass out for the next 5 years. Hey, when were you gonna tell us about the new girl? A man questions. He's taller, with shoulder-length brown hair and green eyes. Might even be braids? It's hard to tell due to the lack of light. And wait, are those cat ears? Devin shrugs. I just found out myself. Don't blame this on me. The group's gaze naturally turns to Daphne. She bristles. Hey, don't blame this on me either. I just don't want her here. It's not like I knew she was coming. I mean, I didn't exactly plan this out either. All eyes turn back to you. Maybe you should have kept quiet instead. Apparently you reminded them of your presence. A woman with medium-length brown hair, loosely tied up near the end, and blue eyes pipes up. So this is who you were talking about? She comments, effectively destroying any hopes you had of living a quiet recruit life. Of course, Daphne had told everyone about the stunt you'd accidentally pulled. Several others began to pipe up, asking one thing or another. You didn't catch most of it until a short redhead sauntered out closer and poked you with an accusatory finger. I've heard you're a pirate, she says, prompting the others to silence. Is that true? I heard that she was sent to redeem her honor. Pirates don't have honor, stupid. Hell, I heard that she... On and on they went, talking about all kinds of crazy rumors that they had kicked up. Not my fucking screen trying to have a seizure. On and on they went, talking about all kinds of crazy rumors that had kicked up. How did this all spring from just Daphne bad-mouthing you? And why were they so insistent that you were this evil person sent to destroy this place or something? You're pretty sure you'd be incapacitated if you just so happened to stub your toe. So you have no idea why they thought you were capable of doing any real harm. Maybe you just look intimidating. No, okay. Maybe capable is a better word. Sure, let's go with that. You must look capable. It's not the same thing as being capable. Look, I'm not a pirate, and I didn't come here to redeem my honor or get revenge or anything. I literally just fell out of the sky and ended up here because I'm just that lucky. Okay? Maybe that was too much sarcasm. But you find it hard to care right now. You're hungry, tired, and nearly out of patience. Having everyone talk about you like this was just training and rubbing you in all the wrong ways. They oddly look rejected, like you'd just taken their fun and popped it like a wayward balloon. Devon sighs. This is what you get for pestering her this late at night. Look, I'm gonna head on up. Whoever you are, welcome to Barrack 1. There's still some stew in the pot. It probably isn't too cold. Feel free to help yourself. With that, Devon heads off towards the barrack, probably about as done as you were. I'm just gonna go. Before you could be hounded further, you managed to successfully slip away for once. There's bound to be enough time tomorrow to think about the repercussions of that sorry display of an introduction. That much you're so sure about. I'm so hungry. Food, please, please. Oh, I'm so fucking hungry. I'm so hungry, man. A large metal pot hangs over a dying fire next to what you can only assume to be drinking. What? Oh, that was meant to be drinking water. Next to what you can only assume to be drinking. I want to drink water for that. Woo. Water. That's some good water, man. A large metal pot hangs over a dying fire next to what you can only assume to be drinking water. It's oddly hung in buckets, but perhaps it was boiled first to make it drinkable. Obtain soup. You hunt around for a bowl and something you can use to spoon the stew into said bowl. After a few moments, you manage to acquire with a ladle and a wooden bowl. The soup isn't cold, but it isn't warm either. We will never know whether or not this is stew or soup. Apparently, it's both. It is simultaneously stew and soup. Oh, Lord. The soup stew. The legendary soup stew. How late at night did I rent this one? I don't know, it might have been during one of my all-nighters. I don't know, bro. You know, just like the drinking, I had to correct that one. I caught that one, but I didn't update it. Sorry for the slight out of character, guys. It's just the soup stew really got me, okay? The stoop, if you will. The drinking. Stoop or sue? I don't know. I kind of like both. Oh, Lord. Okay. Whew. You hunt. The soup isn't cold, but it isn't warm either. You'll still eat it. Consume. Okay, I no longer feel like I'm going to collapse. Like, if a wind happens to blow by. Oh, Lord. Okay. Wait a second. Are you like... Don't I know you? You look familiar. Hey, sure. You look familiar. He's the one with the horns! Oh, that was rude, wasn't it? After your meal, which you'd consumed like a rabid dog, you naturally wander towards the barrack, intent on getting some sleep. However, it's then that you notice a set of small black horns and fluffy white hair. Could it be Cade? Hesitantly, you raise a hand in an effort to catch his attention, giving a small wave. He blinks at you for a second, processing before his eyes light up. So we meet again, he notes, offering you a shy smile. I guess we do. You both fall into a somewhat comfortable silence. It's like the two of you are both considering saying more to each other, but neither can really decide on what to say. Despite your internal struggle, it's nice. Cade breaks the silence first. You know, I can't really tell if you're really lucky or unlucky. Personally, I'm banking on the unlucky part, truly. Cade winces sympathetically, remembering your earlier plight. Yeah, that was one nasty encounter. Just between you and me, the first lieutenant isn't exactly known for his charm. Which means... he's acquired a bit of a bad reputation ever since he was handed the reins of this place. Let's just leave it at that. Cade looks skyward, towards the countless stars above. On the other hand, you seem to have earned Captain Fair's favor. I assume that's a good thing? There'd be no reason for me to think you're lucky if it wasn't. He has the point there. Caden continues. Captain Fair's name carries weight. Sir, he isn't exactly a big name, but he's fought in a few major battles and earned quite the reputation playing the Good Samaritan. He's best known for his spotless record. I'll bet it's driven a few of his peers up the wall before. Personally, I just think he's better at hiding his dirt, but who knows? Maybe he is just that good of a person, he muses. You don't like the implications that Fair commits nefarious acts that he then covers up, but from the sounds of it, there are a lot of officers in the Navy that have done some not-so-good things. Or maybe you were just misinterpreting Kate's words. This whole Navy thing is still confusing to you, after all. Is it really that common for captains to be corrupt? Or, well, I'm not quite sure what you meant by not having a spotless record. You aren't from around here, are you? He asks, and, well, it's probably pretty obvious, isn't it? You just hope you don't look like a tourist. Not in the slightest. Figured. To answer your question, it's not as common as I make it sound. I just take it upon myself to know the bad more than the good. Oh, well, I think that's a relief. Kate hums. Although, I think what's most surprising is the fact that Captain Fair took someone under his wing now of all times. What do you mean by that? Well, the Nevermore came into harbor about a week ago, and it was a whole fiasco. The ship was in pretty bad shape, and it might still be. This place isn't exactly equipped to handle extreme ship repairs, so they're probably waiting on word from HQ on just what to do, he explains. Weirder still, the size of his crew seems to have shrunk. That or he was sailing without most of his men. I'm surprised he made it into the harbor. I think something happened, but they're keeping it quiet. Yeah, I guess that does make my sponsorship weird. Why would he... He shrugs. I wouldn't think too hard about it. I usually don't, but... Well, you know what they say about thoughts late at night. He offers you a small smile, nodding towards the barracks. You should turn in soon. You look exhausted, and we have training tomorrow. Don't remind me. The more you try to forget about it, the quicker it'll sneak up on you, he teases lightly, and it's reassuring to have at least one friendly face in your company. I'll keep that in mind. Good night, Cade. Night, Swan. Okay. Time to find a bed and collapse right into it. But okay, those aren't beds. Oh no. I don't know where anything is. Come on, man. Maybe. You finally make it into the building itself, and you realize you have no idea which bed is actually yours, or where they are, for that matter. The barracks seem to be about 2 stories, so maybe that ladder in the back leads to the 2nd floor? There are 2 people chatting quietly off to the side. Maybe you could ask them? I really don't want to talk to people right now, but... Okay, you know, what could it hurt? What could it hurt? Shoving down your growing exhaustion, you walk towards the 2, hoping they'll notice you and initiate the conversation so you won't have to. Wait, don't you recognize one of them? The minute the pinkette fixes you with a disinterested stare, it all comes flooding back. Right, he's the guy you was to doll for, just to be promptly abandoned. Wasn't he called Sharp or something? Well, you're pretty sure that's his last name, at least. Beside him is a woman, maybe his friend? You're staring again. God damn it. I was just trying to remember your name. I never told you my name, he bluntly states. His friend raises a brow, looking between Sharp and you. Again? She questions. Huh, so at least someone in this barrack knows how to keep their mouth shut. And it has to be him of all people. Look, I heard Corporal Dunn call you Sharp, okay? Stop trying to make it seem like I'm creepy. I'm not doing anything. You're doing that all by yourself. Oh, you are absolutely fuming. And now the other one is laughing. Perfect. Just, can you please just answer one question? Then I'll be out of your hair, okay? Just one question. And why should I? You blink at him, dumbfounded. Why wouldn't you? Because of you, everyone else is being extra loud and annoying, he answers, completely serious. To be fair, everyone's loud and annoying to you, his friend comments. Well, that seemed to track at least. Oh, so it's my fault that they're being loud. They're busy causing a ruckus because of your arrival, so yes. His friend catches your gaze, offering you an apologetic smile. He's just gonna keep blaming you, so don't bother. He's just stubborn like that, she advises. Well, that just seems unfair. Sharp just rolls his eyes at his friend's comment. I'm going to bed, he mutters, before heading for the ladder you'd spotted earlier. Wait, can you just... And he's gone. Well, aren't you so glad you decided to be social? Hey, don't mind him. He's normally that grumpy, but how to put this? She pauses, debating. He's like a bear. They're extra grumpy when they exit hibernation too early or something. That did not make things any clearer. I'm Niall, and that was Easton. I'm Swan. Like the bird? You nod. Cool. There's a brief silence, and you begin debating whether or not slamming your head into the wall would reflect poorly on Fair. So, you needed something, yeah? 2 things. Where are the beds? And which one can I have? Ah, I can help you with that one. Follow me. At this point, you'd be willing to follow a murderer into the woods if it meant getting to sleep, so her words are like music to your ears. Gladly. I am about ready to drop. I mean that very literally. Oh, ladders. How dare. Down you go. Okay. You know, thank you. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm just. Okay. Okay, guys. I guess I'm still alive. I still don't know what's happening. I mean, I'm pretty sure this isn't a dream, but maybe if I, like, go to sleep, right, maybe I'll just wake up. I'll be in my bed. I'll be, like, back home and stuff, because, like, you know, I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I am really just tired, though. Well, I guess maybe see you guys in the morning? Ooh. within moments of waking, you find yourself not only on the floor, but in pain. Now, you might be wondering how you got here, and it's a real simple story. Apparently, these people took the whole rising with the sun thing to heart because you were apparently supposed to up at dawn. Guess what you did not do? You did not wake up at dawn. This failure on your part led to someone else being forced to wake you, which they did by screaming at what must have been the top of their lungs. Walton Knott is the recruit officer of your company, or RO for short. This meant that he had the wondrous task of making sure everyone was on time and they were where they were supposed to be. And since he decided to scream in your ear, you ended up in an unceremonious heap on the floor, bleary and barely able to process the world around you. Oh. You think you're in pain? Just wait until we're all late to morning training, then you'll be in pain, Walton barks, standing just a short distance from you. You shoot him a half-hearted glare. Damn, this stuff was really cooler in books. I want you in uniform and out front in 3 minutes. Why is he still shouting? At your lack of a response, he steps closer. Am I clear? Crystal. He clearly doesn't know what to do with you, which, neither do you, but eventually he decides that he ought to let you prove yourself true to your word. You have a feeling that he won't back off so easily in the future if you don't show up in uniform in the next 3 minutes, so yeah, it's probably best to get up. You groan and haul yourself upright, staring around to see that everyone has already left. You're really nailing this whole first impression thing, aren't you? Wait, uniform? You didn't have yours yet! Shoot. Oh, buddy. Yeah, I really don't know what I'm supposed to do. Do I rob someone? Do I commit thievery? No, I'd be actually destroyed. Someone would actually come and just destroy me. Whopper. Shoot. Oh God. Oh Lord. Why didn't y'all wake me? Come on, guys. How could you do this to me? Guys, I really needed help. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Maybe. Okay. Oh. I apologize for my family yelling in the background, because I think you probably could hear that one. Listen, okay, maybe if you yelled loud enough, you would have woken me. Okay, shh, it's Niall. Niall notices your semi-disheveled appearance, raising a brow at you as you approach. Your braid was probably the only thing keeping your hair mildly in check right now, and you're still in the exact same clothes you were wearing yesterday because you literally did not have anything else. You look like you woke up in a tornado. Thanks. I tried. Sarcasm aside, Niall didn't seem much in the mood to joke around. At least, less so than normal? It was hard to tell. This was the most social interaction you've had in, like, a year. Do you have a spare uniform I could borrow? I literally don't have mine yet, and I really don't want to get yelled at, like, again. Does Walton yell a lot? I mean, a lot of people here seem to yell a lot. It kind of just seems to be a whole thing that this place has, where yelling is just this kind of common thing, and I really wish it wasn't, because it kind of just, like, does it not make you anxious when you get yelled at? Do you not want to just, like, curl up into a ball and disappear into the floor? No? Just me? Okay. Anyway. You know? Yeah, my only other one kind of got destroyed yesterday in the training exercise. Wait, you only have 2 uniforms? Yeah, they're jackets. They don't exactly need to be washed as often. There's a brief pause. Are you good? I'm wonderful. I am so wonderful, Lord. At least if I show up on time, maybe they won't be mad. What if it's like that, you know? What if it's like that, you know? I show up on time, I sneak into line, you know, they don't notice a damn thing. Hello, friend. Are they mad? Kid waves you over just as you step outside, and you mindlessly venture over. Rough morning? Let's just say I'm not awake of my own free will. He nods sympathetically. And your uniform? Apparently I get it today, but I don't know when. He sucks in a breath through his teeth. Yikes. First lieutenant doesn't need more reason to rag on you. I'm sorry about that. Everyone seems intent on finding reasons to hate me anyway, so don't you worry. They'd find a way. Okay, that was probably too pessimistic of you. Everything just seems horrible because you woke up to yelling and it was far too early. Well, just stick by my side and follow my lead, alright? Cade instructs with a slight twinkle in his eye. Hopefully, if you look like you mostly know what you're doing, you'll get in less trouble. Here's to hoping. The both of you step into formation alongside the rest of your company. You attempt to better your posture with what little energy you have. Really, the only thing keeping you awake right now is anxiety because, Lord, it's far too early for this. How do these people deal with this? Every morning at that. Waking up at the crack of dawn to immediately ready yourself or form up comes the sharp, familiar voice of Walton Knott, which jolts you to attention. For that, here we go. Walton walks up, carting a tray of little bundles you can't seem to identify at first, unless you're handed one of your own. Is that breakfast? It smells good. Unwrapping the bundle, you find a bottle of water, a biscuit, and a fresh hot sausage roll. Hopefully that will wake you up. A score! That's actually, maybe this ain't half so bad, Cade can't help but let out a quiet chuckle as you gaze at your food. Hungry, are we? Very. Finish quick and meet up at the field, Walton calls and walks off with what appears to be his own breakfast. You'd do well to heed that order, Swan. Instructor doesn't take nicely to tardies, Cade teases. Oftentimes, training starts the moment he shows up. I'll meet you there, okay? Wait, but before you can continue, he's already gone. No, not again. Well, at least I have food. Ooh, I'm very thirsty. Water. Ah, that's so good. Oh Lord, that's so good. I wonder if I could just... I did not know that would do that. Okay, well, I better finish all this stuff up and get over there before I get actually destroyed. This is tasty. Breakfast. Food is, just such a good thing to wake up to. Okay, I know this is, really random, and I probably shouldn't, be taking the time to talk about this, but just... food can change your day, right? It just really, really can, because, you wake up, you're having a really bad day, or, you come home and you're having a really, really bad day, and then you kind of just, you just get something that's really, really, really tasty, right? It's really tasty, it's just real nice, and then you, it just changes your whole day. It turns it right around. It takes you a moment to situate your food so that you can carry it comfortably while also being able to eat. There's only one training field that you know of, so if you had to take a guess, that's where you were expected to report. Then again, the numerous other recruits heading that way were also a fairly good sign that you knew where you were going. Hey, this stuff is actually pretty good. You weren't fully sure what you'd been expecting since it did smell good, but you've been misled before. Okay, maybe this morning can be redeemed. You finish off your sausage roll and start on your biscuit just as you begin to pass Barrack 3. It probably wasn't the best idea to scarf down your food, but if it meant getting food in your stomach, then by all means were you going to scarf. You squint, trying to pick out Cade from the small group assembled on the field ahead, when your boot catches on something, and before you know it, you're falling forward. Your bundle and roll tumble from your hands and into the dirt, just as you barely manage to catch yourself with your arms. Hey! A voice still thick with sleep exclaims, as if startled. You groan, arms almost certainly scraped up at the very least. Were you half laying on legs? Wait, you didn't just trip over someone, did you? Because that would be ridiculous. Why in the world would someone be laying out here where people walk? Where anyone could trip over them? You better not be a person. I better not. You were the one who tripped over me, Easton snaps, shoving you off him and sending you half rolling in the grass. If your blouse got grass stains on it, he was about to be the next person you clubbed with a crossbow. What normal person lays in a walkway? A walkway? I'm literally off to the side. You actually have to try to trip over me. You push yourself into words. You push yourself up into a sitting position, looking around for the remnants of your meal, and your roll is completely covered in dirt, and your bottle of water had come open in the fall. That really hadn't helped the survivability of your roll either. Looking at it, Easton follows your gaze once you don't quit back, and he too notices your forsaken meal. That's what you get for not watching where you're going, he grumbles half-heartedly. Yeah, this is what I get? Well, why were you sleeping out here? Or do you frequently just choose to lounge in inconvenient places for fun, huh? You're snappier than you intend to be, but honestly, you're hungry and thirsty, and now you're going to have to run on half a meal until this place decides when to next feed you. Easton shrugs, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and fixing his goggles. It's quieter out here in the mornings, he explained simply. That was it? What, did he come out here at the crack of dawn just to get a bit of extra sleep since it was quieter? You blink at him at a loss for words. You better not be doing that weird staring thing again. I do not stare! His deadpan stare says it all, and you bite back another remark. Easton stands, dusting himself off. Are you planning on staying down there all day? It's just some food. You'll live until dinner. Unlike you, I'm kinda new to all this stuff. I am used to eating regularly and not running daily marathons, so why don't you let me decide if I'll live until dinner? Come on, guys, you're supposed to be on my side. If you annoyed him enough, you... I think I skipped something on accident. I think I clicked too fast. Fuck. Hey, backstage, can you put me back in the dialogue? I accidentally skipped one. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. He opens his mouth to snark back, but pauses, seemingly thinking better of it. Well, that's a first. You sigh and hug your knees to your chest. You don't want to be a burden on Farrell already, but Lord, did you seem to be doing a good job at just that. Come on, get up. No. If you annoyed him enough, you were sure he'd just leave you alone. It was a surefire method, but for some strange reason, you didn't hear him leave. You lift your head, finding yourself face to face with a familiar bundle? You can have what's left of mine. Just get up already, he grumbles, refusing to look your direction. Despite or not, food is food, and you're going to need all the help you can get today. You haul yourself to your feet, gingerly taking the bundle as if he would take it back if you seemed too eager. Thanks? Will you be alright? I mean, you did eat enough, right? He sighs. Don't bother asking useless questions. We'll be late. With that, Easton brushes past you and heads towards the training grounds. Honestly, you have no idea whether or not you want to strangle him or thank him anymore. He was just so frustrating. But it was nice of him to share, even if he was the one responsible for making half of your breakfast inedible in the first place. I'd better hurry. Okay. I'm here on time. I'm so here on time. I'm so here on time. You're quick to join the half-organized mob of recruits, not wanting to risk being counted as tardy. It doesn't take you long to locate Cade. His white hair and horns are rather distinctive, after all. Hey, what took you so long? Cade asks as you come to stand beside him. May or may not have tripped over Easton on my way here. Does he usually just lay around in odd places? I forgot to warn you about that. I mean, usually he's pretty noticeable, pink hair and all, but yeah, I'm not sure why, but he tends to sneak out a lot and can usually be found in the oddest of places, Kate explains, wincing sympathetically. If you stick to the main pass, then you'll probably be fine. No more off-roading for you, then. Just what was Easton? Some weird version of karma meant to torment those that dared step on the grass? Noted, I guess. The general hubbub quiets around you and you straighten, just barely spotting the hair of who you assume to be the morning instructor over the heads of your fellow recruits. Your group shuffles into a more presentable line and you follow suit. Good to see you all here bright and early, he begins, and now that he is no longer obscured by a sea of recruits, you can see him clearly. His uniform is different too, reflective of his rank, you assume. I'll be running you through various endurance and strength building exercises today, but before that, I've heard we have a new recruit with us today, and they have quite the reputation. He did not just single you out, surely. Kate and you share a look, and you know your apprehension is obvious. You do not like being in front of literally everyone unless it's of your own accord. And you had a strange feeling that this was not going to be of your own accord. It's your first day, so I want you front and center so I can keep an eye on you. Wouldn't want you falling behind, after all. Yep, front and center where everyone can watch you and make a fool of yourself. Perfect. Good luck, Kate whispers, and while you appreciate the sentiment, it makes you feel like you're being sent to your doom. I want 2 rows of 5, pronto! You hurriedly scamper into position, choosing a spot at the end of the front row in an effort to lessen the attention on you as much as possible. This will be fine. It's just exercises, right? You survived PE. This will be easy. No sweat. Except, why is Daphne on your right? You shoot her a glance as if to ask, what are you doing? But she just huffs and faces forward, ignoring you completely. Of course. I've totally got this. For the sake of our new recruit, I'll go a bit easier on you all today, he announces, gaze resting on you. It was not a gaze you enjoyed, but hey, that was kind of nice of him, right? He walks up to you, producing a crossbow and a sword. Well, you know it isn't a normal sword, but you do not by any means have the knowledge required to identify it. These are yours. You'll be making use of them in the afternoon, so don't lose them. Oh, thank you, sir. He nods. I am Charles Lee, but to you, I am Instructor Lee. Try not to disappoint. With that, he steps back, returning to his prior position. Why do you have such a bad feeling about this? Okay. I got this. Push-ups. Okay. I gotta do the bend at the elbow. When? Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't like push-ups. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 10. Did you say 10 or 15? 12. 13. Oh, sure. Okay. Oh, I'm slow. Okay. I hate sit-ups. 1. Okay. 2. 3. Okay. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. This sand is really uncomfy. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. Okay. 15. Okay. I'm surviving. I got this. I survived PE. 20. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Whew. Battle stances, everyone! Your company quickly falls into a sword stance, holding their blades confidently and easily, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Of course, it's anything but natural to you. You're completely lost on what to do. You barely even held your sword, let alone managed to hold it upright for minutes on end. It was heavy. The only person who's properly visible to you is Daphne, and she looks like the prime example of what to do. Feet spread evenly apart, legs slightly bent, back straightened. Perfect. You begin mimicking her, or attempting to at least. Anything to not get called out again. No, that's still not right. Daphne shoots you a side eye, realizing that you're copying her. She raises a brow. Well, that's just great. You can look forward to that unpleasant conversation later, since she seems to be less than pleased. She already doesn't like you. You! I said battle stances! You think that's a battle stance? Take some laps! You blink, bewildered. Of course you weren't in perfect form. You've never even been taught a battle stance or whatever. You open your mouth to protest, but before you can even say anything, he's shouting again. Go! Go! In a confused panic, you dash off as instructed. Ah! Okay. I'm running! Can I walk? No? Okay, I'm running. Oh, I'm running. What? I was never taught that! How is that my fault? Okay, he never specified how many. I'm just, maybe if I do, maybe. Okay. I can do this. Okay, I'm back. I did it. I ran the laps. I survived. We're hanging in there, boys. We're hanging in there. I got this. Come on. It's just like P. Mountain climb. Actually, no, mountain climbers were kind of fun, actually. Okay. This is easy. Get on the ground. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. Those are kind of fun though, because they're like the fun things where you like do the run thing with the lead. Lunge. I'm gonna lunge in this direction. I don't. Okay. We 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My legs are kind of trembling real bad, guys. 14, 15. I think I'm losing my ability to count. Okay, I got this. planks. Okay, planks are next. Perfect. Okay, you've got this. You're amazing at planking. You can do this. Whenever you had to do planks in PE, you were an absolute god at them. Is it a little sad that's about the only thing you were good at? Yes. Do you care? Not currently. You fall into position, forearms against the ground while you balance the rest of yourself on the tips of your toes, straight as a board. You keep your head down, staring at the ground as you focus. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see the instructor walking around, examining everyone's forms. This time, you've got this. Swan, laps, Instructor Lee orders, coming to stop right in front of you. You whip your head up so fast your neck hurts, gazing up at him in utter confusion. What the heck? You were doing so well. There's no way you messed up. Sir, You're interrupted, feelings of hurt and frustration beginning to well up in your chest. Your knee touched the ground, recruit. Don't make me tell you again. Laps! You're absolutely certain that your knee never touched the ground. You're pretty sure you know. Sand and dirt aren't exactly the most comfortable thing to rest on after all. But I didn't! He looms over you, glasses near blinding you as they catch a ray of sunlight. Are you questioning me, recruit? Laps, now! You begrudgingly clamber to your feet, head hung low as you make to take another few laps around the field. This was beginning to feel unfair, but you can't call it quits this soon. Not now. With a deep breath, you bury your mounting frustration and focus on carrying your tired body around the field 10 more times. Okay. Just 10 laps. I got this. It's just running. It's just one foot in front of the other. One foot in front of the other. Do we get water? I don't know, I kind of drank all mine. Okay. I mean, how much longer can this training be, right? I mean, the other guys don't even squat. Okay. I hate squats. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Deep breaths fill your lungs. You are powerful. You are strong. I am so dead. Okay. What are those? I don't know what those are, dude. Sir, I don't know what those are. Help, guys, I don't know what those are. What do I do? Guys, help. I don't know. I don't know what those are, fella. I don't know. It's an exercise, surely. Unless he's trying to screw me over again. I mean, oh, okay, those, oh God, okay, shoot, okay, so, to push up, then a hop, and then a jumping jack. Okay, 1, 2, okay, Oh wait, no, that was only one. Okay, push up. Shoot, what was the other thing? Hop. Okay, hop, and then a jumping jack. 2. Okay. 3. Okay. 4. Okay. 5. 6. How do people do the 7? Okay. 8. Push up, jumping jack. 9. Push up, jumping jack. 10. Push up, jumping jack. 12, I think. I don't know, man. Push up, jumping jack. 13. 14. Lifting exercise. Ah, yes. My arms are the only things maybe not killing me. Excuse you, I have done PE, okay? I have never been told to do that in PE, okay? Okay. What? Grab a crate. Okay. Just grab a crate, Swan. Just grab a crate. It's fine. You just gotta grab a crate. How hard can this I am lightheaded. Oh, lordy lord. Okay. Just gotta grab a crate. Okay. This thing's like, oh, why is this such a huge box, bro? Okay, maybe if I just kneel down and I just try to just lift. Okay, maybe take a break. Maybe just walk it out. We try it again. Walk it out. You got this. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Come on. No. Come on, I can't be this weak. I can't be this bad. Surely not. I'm surely not this bad. Come on. Gotta lift with my legs, not my back. Okay. Not exactly used to heavy lifting, but you're pretty sure you're supposed to lift with your knees and not your back. You only hope that you can manage because right now your throat feels like it's burning from the amount of running and exercise you've done. You're a sorry sight when compared to the rest of your company, given that most of them seem to be only slightly winded. You crouch down next to your crate, digging your fingers under the edges in order to get a good grip. Okay. You can do this. Just one last push. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and lift! You strain against the crate, awkwardly hefting it upward. It tilts forward, and you quickly try to adjust your poor grip to compensate, but you're not quick enough. The lid slides off your crate and thumbs onto the ground, a few crossbow bolts following after. Maybe you should just sit down for a second. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. You'll have to pick up the fallen bolts anyway, so... I need water. Okay. You carefully lower yourself to the ground, nearly crushing your fingers as you try to set the crate down. Damn bolts! You hear a set of footsteps come to a stop behind you, and then someone's leaning over you, snagging several bundles of bolts from your crate. You're pathetic, you know that? The culprit grumbles, as if you're somehow causing her trouble. You tilt your head back to see who it is, a sharp remark on the tip of your tongue, when you realize it to be Daphne? Why in the world was she helping you? Daphne promptly deposits the stolen bundles into her own crate, lightly tapping yours with her foot. Now get up! You're going to embarrass us. Pardon me, Christ. Now get up! You're going to embarrass us all if you can't even do this much, she huffs. Despite your best efforts, you just continue to stare at her dumbly, flabbergasted. Huh? Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not helping you because I like you or anything. It just looks like you were about to cry, she states, avoiding your gaze. Was she pitying you? It really did not feel good coming from her, but maybe you could count this as her starting to warm up to you? Okay, that was probably a bit too optimistic. She rolls her eyes and walks off, leaving your crate slightly easier to carry. Huh. Thank you? Okay. You know what? I got this, okay? Come on. Just gotta grab it. Okay. 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 And just walk it across the field. Okay. Okay, this is manageable. I got this. Okay. I did it. Hell yeah! I did it! It's so nice to finally succeed, boys. It's so nice. Form up! You stand as straight and as still as you can with your crate of bolts. The instructor stalks the line, inspecting each of your crates, and almost as expected at this point, he pauses before you. The crate is taken from your hands, and wait. This is lighter than it should be. Recruit, you've been falling behind all day, but cheating? Cheating? Did you dump some of your bolts to make things easier? I didn't know what I expected, honestly, he scoffed, shoving the crate back at you. That literally wasn't me! Don't talk back to me. That's it. You're fed up. Can you just listen to me for once? You shout, bristling. I have been trying my damnedest ever since I fell from the literal sky. I have been confused and upset and just straight up exhausted. But I have been trying. And despite all of that, I have been accused of infiltration and disruption and now cheating? I'm tired of being your punching bag for something completely out of my control. The field goes silent, and oncoming doom weighs on your chest. You get the feeling that you just screwed up big time. You just shouted at your instructor. Oh no. Your fight or flight instincts kick in and you begin to literally flee, squeaking back an apology over your shoulder. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm so I need to get out of here. I'm What was I even thinking? Of course I'm not cut out for this stupid stuff. This seems far enough. It seems like I can just catch my breath. I can just calm down. I can just... You're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. You're not gonna screw this up. You're not gonna screw this up. You're not gonna get fair kicked out. You're not gonna... It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Hi, guys. I'm... Sorry about that. That was... Now I'm gonna get in even more trouble just because I ran. What am I even supposed to do? I can't lie. I can't lie to save my own life. I mean, I guess I could just say the truth and say that I thought he was being unfair, but are they really even just gonna believe me? I mean, fair probably would, but whatever. At least it's a nice day. At least it's a nice day. Who knows if they're gonna kill me or not? I mean, I guess they probably wouldn't. I mean, they're supposed to be like, what, protectors of the peace or something? I don't know. They fight pirates and stuff like that. I really don't even know what, I mean, you know, there's stereotypical pirates, right? You know, they go after gold and treasure and they rob and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe that's what they protect against, but... This is kind of a nice corner, actually. I mean, like, yeah, oh. You eventually skid to a stop somewhere quiet and out of the way, literally folding over from the exertion as you paint. Why did you bother speaking? Of course it was going to end poorly, and yet you surprised yourself with just how poorly it went. That was it. That was the last straw. You're not cut out for the Navy. You should just cut your losses and run away. No, but then you'd be sporting Fair's literally job-risking favor for you, and you can't do that. Still, if you didn't leave, how in the world were you ever supposed to face your first lieutenant again? What's better, being eaten alive by an instructor or being eaten alive by guilt? Hello! A pair of ears pops into your vision. Cat ears? Ah! Whoa, calm down! It's not like I bite or anything. Maybe I do, but I wasn't planning on biting you. I was actually planning on chowing down on some fish, and you don't look like fish. You're pretty blue, though. There are blue fish. You stare, bewildered, at what appears to be a young person no older than 13 or 14 with piercing green eyes, and of course, those cat ears accompanied by a tail to match. Hello? They repeat. Are you there? Cat got your tongue? Who are you? The name's Kitty. It's a pleasure. He offers a big, bright grin. From behind him comes a metallic-sounding boof, and out steps the partially metal canine you'd seen at Fair's side, reaching all the way up to Kitty's waist. That's Robodog. He also wanted to introduce himself. Kitty and Robodog. Suddenly the name Swan doesn't sound so out of place after all. I may have to pause because there's a dog. Hold on. There's a dog, and I don't think my brother is out there to assist. Okay, turns out my brother was there, guys. I interrupted us for no reason. Ow, my toe. I stubbed my toe getting up. It's okay. Kitty and Robodog. Suddenly the name Swan doesn't sound so out of place after all. I'm Swan, I guess. Well, you don't look like a bird either. Whatever. What you doing all the way out here? Were you crying? Did you scrape your knee? Crying doesn't help, believe me. I've tried. I mean, sometimes it does, but it doesn't make it hurt any less, so I say walk it off. Come on, get up. Robodog gives a resounding woof of encouragement, wagging its tail. Kitty offers her hand to you. Sure. Yeah, that's the spirit! With a grip that's honestly stronger than you expected from the scrawny kid, they pull you upright. You meet face to face. Their pupils are slightly slitted, like a cat's would be. Right, they're a cat person. You'd nearly forgotten as you lost yourself in their ramblings. You'd seen a few people with strange animal-like features before. Cat ears, similarly. And Kate had horns? You knew horns meant a dread, but you never asked about what animal ears meant. The possibility that you've been isekai'd is returning to the forefront of your mind. First magic, then pirates, and now cat people? Robodog nudges your leg. Hey, seriously, you okay there? You're, like, spacing out. You have cat ears! You unceremoniously blurt out your thoughts. Kitty stares at you and then snorts. Well, yeah, dummy. Why else would I be called Kitty? You think a lizard animan would be called Kitty? Then again, you are a swan animan. Are you an animan at all? Nah, you look human. And Fair isn't a raven animan, so... Animan? So fellas, it seems that there is a blank. This is a tad strange. Hold on, while I totally pull up a not dialogue document. Hold on. Not me scrolling. Oh my god, I see you people trying to call me short, okay? Listen! I am 5'1", you hear me? That is short, but I'm... Whatever. Where the hell is it? Okay. Did you hit your head? Animan, silly, like me, and shoot, what was his name again? You know, the other cat guy. So you're like actual animal people and not just using some sort of weird magic? Wow, you really must have not gotten out much. Kind of weird for a Navy recruit, don't you think? Where the heck did you come from before you got here? She whacks her tail against your arm. It's not like it actually hurts, but it's surprising. Nah, these ain't magic. These babies are 100% natural. I see. You don't actually see. Your head is spinning, but at least it's spinning with confusion instead of panic. That's better, right? Sort of? Everything is happening way too fast for you to properly comprehend. Then again, could you even properly comprehend it if things were happening slowly? Now, as I was saying, I was really planning on grabbing some fish from the docks, but I managed to run into you. And if memory serves correctly, you might be the person that Fair was sponsoring. How lucky is it that I managed to come across you sitting here? That's a score for Kitty. He does a little fist pump. Clearly, he does not understand your plight. Yeah, I think... Perfect. They clap their hands together, grinning. Robodog seems equally as excited. So, I was thinking, since you're a part of Fair's personal crew, I'm gonna give you a little tour of the Nevermore's barracks. How does that sound? Hold on, wait, we're not gonna get in trouble, right? Because, like, am I even allowed in there? Like, hold it, please, I'm technically supposed to even be at training. Relax, I do this all the time. But I'm technically skipping class. Come on. They grab your hand, literally dragging you along elsewhere. Hold on, I need to, like, put away the other document again. Oh my god. Oh, so, like, hold on, I totally, I need to stop cursing. Bad me. Hold on, I have to put them on the BRB screen again for 5 seconds. I'm so sorry. Sorry for the scuffness, chat. My throat is dying. Give me, like, 5 seconds. All right, guys. Hello. I'm gonna recruit some assistants here on reading to give my voice a little bit of a rest. Hello.
Ayo.
Ayo. Okay. So fellas, we were met with the beloved Cat Kittersons. They will help us so my throat doesn't die. We'll figure it out as we go, okay? We're ready, boys. Back we go. Oh, wait, if I can click the right buttons, that would make this easier. Okay, you're taking me somewhere, I guess. Okay. Lord, what is it with me and getting myself dragged into all sorts of crazy situations? I can't even go one day having a normal day. Well, I mean, I guess I had like 20 normal days. Not 20. I had like every day is a normal day until I guess these did. Hello, we're here. Oh, okay. I'm waiting. Okay. Hi. You're a dog. Oh! Hello. Yes! The Nevermore Barracks. I'll close the door. Politeness. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready for the tour. I'm ready. I mean, I do feel like I could like sleep on this couch. It kind of actually, this is comfy, actually. Although it would kind of be hard to like nap and get away with it, right? Because like, wouldn't they, you know, people come and go through here all the time, don't they? So they'd like catch you. You know what? If you say it's fine, it's fine. I trust you. Fair enough. Whoa, okay, this is so much grander. Have you seen the recruit barracks? Because this is like so much cooler. I mean, from the sound of it, like, you guys were kind of, like, outside of, I guess, what is it? The hierarchy of this place? I don't really understand, honestly. I'm kind of just guessing. There's a lot I don't know. Wow. Okay, I'm half tempted to, like, climb on one of the shelves. But I won't. Listen, okay. Wait, but what if I get in trouble? Wait, okay, hold on. How did you jump that high? Bro, I don't think I can jump that high. Ooh, wait. You're right. Hold on. I wonder. Oh! Damn, this thing holds me? Oh, okay, I'm gonna get down before I, like, break something or get in trouble. Okay. That was actually kind of cool. That was actually kind of fun. That was okay. Okay. Random brew. Ooh. This looks like half of, like, a schoolroom. Or, like, a storage room. This is where you store your spare desks. I guess this place was meant for storage. Not Robodog. Come on! There you go, buddy. We ascend. Okay, you know, and we ascend. We're going. Okay, y'all are like cool to have a second floor. Ooh, that looks like one of those fancy meeting rooms that I've only ever heard about but never seen. Oh, then we can't go in there. That's illegal. That's illegal. That is against the law. That is, I feel, a surefire way to get in trouble. Listen, climbing on shelves is one thing, but like I don't want to get on Fair's bad side, okay? Oh, this place is so cool. Y'all actually get like a full-blown y'all get a full-blown meeting. Oh, that feels so cool to sit here. I feel like I'm not important enough to sit here. Wow. Wow. Wait, you can see like so much of the docks from here. Okay, you have very important things to announce. Okay, you know what? I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening, kitty. Yeah! You know what, kitty? If I ever get any fish at dinner, I shall save it for you. You are deserving of all of the fish. Alright. This place is so cool, though, honestly. You're actually a pretty good tour guide, you know? Not that I doubted you. Just, you know, I don't have much experience taking tours. You return to the main hallway of the first floor where banners and lanterns are hung. Despite the pleasant atmosphere of the place, it's rather empty. Kitty finally lets go of your hand, spinning around to face you and throwing their arms out in a grand gesture. Robodog bounds forward as well, circling you once in excitement.
Oh, I was reading.
Yep.
Ta-da! So, what do you think? Pretty cool, huh?
There's one thing you couldn't shake for the entirety of this tour. While this place is a definite upgrade to your barrack, it seems pretty empty. We vaguely recall Cade having said something about this before, but seeing it as a whole different thing. Not to be weird, but isn't it kind of empty?
I'm lost.
Oh no. Find it. I'll give you time. Do you need the document or like?
I got it.
Okay, because I can like screen share if you need.
Who says?
They retort, smirking in a show of bravado.
Who says you can't run a ship with only a few people? We're just that good.
I just don't really think that's how that works.
Are you doubting the crew of the Nevermore? Huh?
She bristles, almost, getting a little too defensive. I'm not trying to insult you, I'm just... If there was a whole crew here, wouldn't some more of them at least be here?
They're out doing work.
They mutter.
Important work.
Rodog whines softly, trotting up to their side and nuzzling a snout into their hand. They falter a second.
A few of them are out at least.
Did something happen? Kitty huffs, finally blurting it all out.
We're kinda... There's only a few of us left.
Only a few left? What happened?
We were ambushed by a whole bunch of bad guys, that's what happened.
He mutters.
They attacked us while we were out at sea. A whole bunch of them! Now it's just me, Fair, Vivian, Victor, Catherine, and Robodog. 6 people! Can you believe that?
Kitty, that's... I'm so sorry.
So I'm planning on getting revenge. Screw those horrible pirate people! We'll see what happens when you mess with the wrong cat.
There's a fiery passion in her eyes.
I'm gonna be the best Navy person out there. Just you wait. I'm gonna get back at them all.
That's super noble of you.
You bet it is. I'm one of the only people left on the crew, so you best believe I'm gonna pick up the pieces.
They're just as upbeat as ever, but now it's different, underlined by an intense anger. However, that anger quickly dissipates as a bell sounds in the distance, and it's replaced by wide-eyed excitement.
Swan! Swan!
What is it?
That's a ship coming in! A brand new ship is docking! Come on, come on, come on! I wanna watch!
They bounce slightly, grabbing at your hand again.
I promise it's super cool. You won't want to miss it.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go again. Oh, not me doing it this time. Is this a common thing? I mean, I guess so. I mean, ships probably gotta come and go all the time. Alrighty. You're more or less dragged out to the docks against your will. You could probably put up a fight, but Kitty was surprisingly strong, or maybe you were just overwhelmingly weak. Either way, Robodog keeps pace easily, evidently used to keeping up with Kitty. The docks do look busier than before, or at least you think they are. You don't have the best reference of normal for this place just yet.
Hey, it's over there! Come on, we've got to get a good view!
Kitty exclaims, suddenly veering right and dragging you with them. To your credit, you managed to keep up with them fairly well, despite the numerous unexpected turns that constantly threaten to send you toppling into crates and barrels.
Can you see from here, Swan?
Kitty inquires, perched atop one of said stacks of crates and barrels. You were quite content to remain on the ground, thanks. Climbing on unknown cargo seemed like a quick way to get into trouble, and you were not about that, thanks. Kind of? Kitty huffs.
There's no good spying spots here. Not since they locked up the tower.
They complain, and your gaze is naturally drawn to the tower in question. You'd never been over there, but it was easy enough to spot. It seemed like some mix between a lighthouse and a watchtower. At your side, Robodog suddenly stiffens, nose to the sky. Woof! What's up, boy? Robodog didn't seem like the type to bark much or make much noise at all, really. So was this a bad sign? Was there danger around or something? Just as you're about to recommend, once again, that Kitty should probably get down from there, Robodog takes off at a run, making a beeline for a familiar face.
There!
Kitty exclaims, scrambling down like a hellcat on a mission. Truly a terrifying sight, but oddly impressive? The Enderman made to follow after Robodog, and you were not about to be left behind.
Captain, are you here on official business?
Kitty questions, getting to a stop and performing a dutiful salute. They peer up at Fair, and the man smiles. Not officially. I've just come to properly greet a fellow captain, Fair replies, and Kitty seems to deflate just a little. They seemed rather eager to do something important. It was kind of endearing. Kitty made it seem like a big deal. Kitty shoots you a stern look that doesn't quite fit their features.
Because it is? You just don't understand.
Fair chuckles, greeting you with a smile. I see that the two of you have met, he comments, and you nod sheepishly. You were technically supposed to be trading right now, but, well, there's no way Fair didn't know that, and if he wasn't scolding you, then you were probably fine, right? That ship right there is the Omen, and their captain happens to be a woman by the name of Luella Brooks, Fair explains. I never explained the Navy rankings to you, did I? He realizes, offering you an apologetic smile. It's fine. I've been managing. Now isn't the time for a proper lesson, but Luella is a commodore. They typically command a fleet and have several captains that report directly to them. She's technically my superior, Fair explains.
Captain doesn't report to no one he doesn't want to,
Kitty adds. Well, that isn't exactly true. I'm just not under the command of a commodore, Fair clarifies. This Luella Brooks sounds important. why is she coming here then? Wouldn't she have better things to do? She's likely here because of me. My report must have finally reached HQ, and they sent the nearest Commodore to evaluate the situation and offer aid. Fair guesses. Expression faltering. Robodog bumps into his side as if to lightly scold him. Thank you, friend, he murmurs.
Hey! I think that's her!
Kitty suddenly exclaims, pointing towards a well-dressed woman in a red coat. Was that really one of the Navy's uniforms? All of the colors seemed to be there, black, red, and gold, but instead of black being the primary color, it seemed red was. Wait, is she coming this way? At this, Fair straightens and steps forward, meeting Luella halfway. He offers her a polite nod, a bit deeper than he typically did. Commodore Brooks, I hope the winds were fair, he greets. You huddle behind him with Kitty, feeling like some shy child that did not dare to leave her father's side. You're not sure what you expected, but Luella is warm. From her smile to her demeanor, there's almost this inherent charm to her. She brings up a hand, prompting a handshake that Fair readily accepts. They treated me well, all things considered. It's been some time, Fair. You look well. As do you. For a moment, Luella's gaze slides past Fair to both you and Kitty. You stiffen. Were you supposed to greet her? Would just Sir be fine, or were you supposed to call her a Commodore? Fair had, so that probably meant you extra should. Luella's expression shifts, leaning into disinterest as her attention drifts back to Fair. Your greeting dies on your tongue, uncertainty welling in your chest. You'd missed your opportunity, and it would likely be rude for you to interrupt her now. I heard about your crew. No, that's the wrong fucking voice. I heard about your crew, Fair, Luella murmurs, gaze lingering even as Fair's brilliant green eyes drift downward, a smile growing strained. I'm sorry. He doesn't respond immediately, but when he does, his voice is softer, more raw. As am I. She reaches out, resting a hand gently upon his shoulder. He does not visibly react, but you witness him curl his fist into the cloth of his uniform. Willa smiles, morose and kind, as if to share in his pain. She whispers, Isn't it pirates that claim that captains should go down with their ships? Did you hear that right? Your gaze widens in alarm, flicking to Luella's face, which still looks so perfectly sympathetic that you doubt yourself. You had to be mistaken, right? Why would she bring up something like that when... Fair tenses as her words wash over him, brilliant green eyes clouded with confusion as he lifts his head, meeting her gaze. His lips are parted as if to speak, but he says nothing. Her hand falls from his shoulder as she steps to the side of him, movements easy and smooth. To an outsider, it would just look as if she had just offered him a word of comfort. Her smile feels like a lie. It's a shame you did not join your crew, ship and all, she says, words a horrible harmony that leaves you feeling distant and confused. You watch, dazed, as she walks onward as if she'd never said anything at all. But she had, hadn't she? She'd mentioned pirates, and Fair and his crew. A crew that he'd lost, save for a select few. You turn on impulse, hand latching onto Fair's sleeve. It alarms you how motionless he is. It worries you when he does not speak. This is not something you know how to fix, you realize. You did not plan for this. Desperate, you look to Kitty, but even they are quiet. Fair? Robodog whines softly, following in your stead as he takes the end of Fair's other sleeve in his mouth, gently pulling on it, demanding his attention. It takes time for him to move, time where all around you the docks continue moving. Shipmen continue working, recruits continue helping. No one pauses. No one asks if everything is all right. So you do it instead. Because your voice has not left you, you speak quietly, calling Fair's name. You continue holding on to his sleeve to at least let him know that you're still here. 5 minutes, then 10. Finally, he begins to stir as if awoken from a long dream. He does not smile, his mouth instead set in a hard line. Beside him, Kitty stirs, registering the movement. They blink, peering up at Fair.
Captain?
They manage, unable to hide how their voice trembles. Fair gently pulls his sleeves free from both your grasp and Robodog's before setting off at a brisk pace. He ventures away from the docks, and for a moment you fear he's planning on going after Luella when he veers towards the Nevermore barrack. Kitty takes a few hesitant steps after him, evidently lost.
Captain? Wait up, Captain!
They call, as those steps become a jog until they're racing after Fair. Numbly, Numbly, you begin to follow, herded by Robodog. Nevermore notices quickly that something is wrong. They notice that their captain is angry, that he is silent and serious. They notice that his eyes burn with tears and that curses fall from his lips. They watch and listen as he storms into their meeting room and announces, "Luella Brooks killed us." A woman steps forward, taking up a position at the table. Her hair is brown and worn down her front, whereas her eyes are a sharp brown. She leans slightly on the table. "You're rattled, Fair," she says, as he angrily waves her off. "Tell us what happened." "She taunted me, Vivian," Fair utters, anger burning each syllable. "She taunted them." Catherine grabs his arm before he can slam it against the table, and he stiffens, still on edge. "I know you're angry, but we can't help you like this. We need you to breathe," she murmurs, and he watches Fair complies after a shaky moment, choking down his rage breath by breath. "Just what the hell is going on?" a man demands, looking back his pink hair with a hand. His chest seemed to be made of metal unless he preferred armor to shirts, whereas his eyes were like blazing dandelions. He must be Victor. "Wasn't that pirates?" "It was too convenient," Fair interjects, and Victor quiets. "How they seem to know exactly where we were." Catherine releases Fair's arm and steps back. "It could have just been a coincidence. It's not the first time pirates have found a surprise opportunity," she points out. Fair shakes his head. "I know that, but the timing of it. Would it not make sense for someone to have given them our location?" Vivian frowns. You're suggesting that one of our own set us up? I don't know, Fair. It's not impossible, Victor notes. I never said it was. I just think it's a... Vivian argues, but trails off and Catherine gives her a stern glare. Fair, why don't you explain? Catherine suggests calmly. So he does. Fair recounts your interrogation with Luella and echoes word for word what she'd said. Nevermore listens, receiving the news grimly. Damn her, Victor growls, slamming his fist against the table. That's as good as admitting it, he spits. But why admit it? Catherine questions, and that no one has an answer to. If we don't figure that out, we'll just be playing right into her hands. Fair groans, rubbing tiredly at his eyes. Her motive is also unclear, as is the extent of her involvement. If she's involved, Vivian adds. While the exchange was fine and all, it's hardly solid evidence. At that, Kitty bursts forward. You'd hardly registered them standing quietly by your side until they were busy dashing away from it. But I heard it! Swan and I heard her say it! There's no way she isn't guilty of something, Kitty asserts. Fair raises his head, seemingly only now processing yours in Kitty's presence. But until we figure out just what she's guilty of, it's best we keep that quiet, Kitty. Fair says. The last thing we want to do now is show our hand.
But she did it! Keeping quiet is as good as letting her get away with it!
Kitty shouts, insistent. We won't let her get away with this, I swear to you, Fair promises. But if we act too soon, we'll lose the truth, Fair explains reluctantly, seeming to want nothing more than to take Kitty's route. It's past noon. Kitty, please escort Swan back to her barrack.
What? No, you're just trying to get rid of me again! I have a right to be here just as much as you guys do!
Kitty protests. Maybe we should just... Kitty, Fair snaps, raising his voice. That wasn't a request, it was an order.
Fine.
The Yeneman spins around, ears pressed flat against their skull, as they dart at the room, taking a hold of your wrist as they do. Kitty drags you from the hallway and the conversation with her still surprising strength. The last thing you hear is a quiet apology from Fair that you're near certain Kitty doesn't hear. Kitty, wait up! Just... Are you okay? It's not like we could really do much in there anyway. I mean... yeah, but... Maybe he's just trying to protect you. I don't know. I didn't expect this. I'm sure he doesn't mean anything by it. Yeah, I do too, honestly. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to lose you too. But what if he's scared that if you help out, you'll get hurt? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how any of this stuff works. I guess he doesn't. I think he sees someone he doesn't want to lose. And he's scared to take that chance. I don't know. Kitty. What did I just learn? That Fair's crew was attacked by pirates, and somehow Luella's involved. And I don't understand any of this. What's going on? I don't even know what I'm doing. Whoa. Wait, this wasn't here before. Wait. Wrapped around the diamond is a slip of paper. You'll need this. Take it and don't lose it. It's vital to your mission. Wait, and then my uniform's here too. Huh. Wait, what does this mean? My mission? Excuse? Did I fall from the sky because I was on some crazy mission? Okay, you know, just maybe I don't think about that. Just maybe I mean, do I throw it away? I mean, it's a diamond. I mean, it's kind of pretty, actually. I mean, I have no idea what this is. So in classic fashion, I suppose I'll pocket it until I figure something out. Oh, Lord. Can this day get any more chaotic? I don't know. Maybe I could just take a nap. You know? Maybe that's like an option. I could just try that, you know? That would be cool. I don't know. Could take a nap. Could just take a snooze. No, I mean, if there's a morning instructor, there's probably an afternoon instructor, and... Oh! Cade! Roused from your thoughts by the opening of the barrack door and a number of footsteps, you turn around noticing Cade, who notices you in turn. Hey, there you are. Hey, Cade. I'm not here to scold you, don't worry, he chuckles softly. But that sure was some stunt you pulled at training earlier. Yeah, that probably didn't help my image. You'd actually be surprised. Huh? He says nothing more, just laughing again. After a moment, he pipes up. Wait here a second. I've got something for you. Oh? He makes your way over towards his own bunk, rummaging around his things for a moment before withdrawing two things. A belt and a glass bottle filled with some sort of strange red liquid. Oh, what's that? When I first started training, he starts, everything was super sore. I had a really difficult time. I even found myself in the infirmary a number of times, so I made this little concoction to help with the pain. He holds it up and gives it a tiny shake, letting the liquid swirl around in the bottle. It's a basic potion, nothing too strong, but trust me, it really helps. Wow, wait, you're sure you want to give this over? Of course, I've got a few extras and you seem like you could use one. No offense, he jokes. Here's the belt too, makes it easier to carry. Plus, it's never a bad idea to have extra pockets. He hands you both items, which you take, looking over them more closely. Thank you so much. No problem. No problem, Swan. Now, you should go put those on. Those and your uniform over there. Just noticed that came in. I'll wait for you outside, alright? You get ready. Gotcha. I'll meet you there then. He gives you a grin and heads for the door, whereas you head to collect your uniform. Time to become a proper recruit. I gotta find something reflective in here, like a mirror or something. I don't know if there is one, but maybe I could look in like the reflection of a... Ooh! Wait, there's one over here. There's one over here. Okay. Gotta see how I look, after all. Looking at your reflection is still so surreal. How could this strange blue-haired person completely lacking glasses really be you? You do admit, however, as you slip on the jacket, you do look cooler now, just like you thought you would. Nice. You then slip on both the belt Kate had given you, letting the potion dangle by your side, and the sea belt, which glints in the afternoon sun with pride. This stranger, not stranger, looks like she truly fits in now. Let's just hope her skills live up to her looks. Okay, I better get going. You catch up to the rest of your company, finding what will likely become your usual place in line beside Cade, who gives you a little wave. As you look ahead, you can't help but notice a familiar face, one that sends a pang of worry through you. Luella, but she's looking as calm as ever as she addresses the lot of you. I know you all must be surprised to see me in person, but know that I hold a similar awe when I look at all of you. I can see clear as day that you have all come a long way from when you first enlisted. I hope you will continue to stick to your training, because I see bright futures for each and every one of you. Best wishes, all of you. I know you'll do well. With those parting words, she begins to stride away, leaving the afternoon instructor to replace her. Given the quiet whispers shared among the recruits, this is definitely not normal for her to stop by. Your panic must have been pretty evident, because you feel a nudge at your arm. Hey, Swan, you doing all right? Huh? Oh, I'm fine. It's nothing, just thinking. He frowns, quite a moment as if trying to think of something to say, but he then merely sighs. If you say so. There's little else he can say because the instructor begins to speak. Afternoon, everyone. Immediately his tone is far more casual than his morning counterpart, and it puts you at ease. And welcome to our newest recruit. I'm Instructor Taylor. You're quite the feisty one, aren't you? He looks your way, the momentary ease you felt disappearing, but his gaze holds a light teasing tone rather than a stern one. At the very least, even if you're embarrassed, you don't feel like you're about to die. The instructor returns to addressing the group as a whole. Standard weapons training to start off our session. You all know the drill. Warm up, then partner up. Swan, see me to the side, all right? Uh-oh. Yes, sir. You hurry off to meet up with Instructor Taylor while the rest of your company bustles about to begin their exercises. Nice to finally meet you face to face. I've heard a lot about you. Good things or bad things? He laughs heartily. Depends on your perspective, but that doesn't matter right now. Right now, my job is to get you up to speed with the other recruits, since you're brand new and all. Okay then? What's that entail? You've got your sword on you, right? I guess so. This thing is still pretty heavy. Perfect. Stance up, recruit. You do, following his instructions, although you're wholly unsure how to properly handle the weapon. It's altogether too heavy, too awkward, and too unfamiliar. You basically wield it like a baseball bat, although you're not sure that's the proper way to hold a baseball bat either. Instructor Taylor just kind of snorts. Okay, let's fix this up a bit, shall we? Move your hand over here and fix your stance. Your foot should be over there. It continues like this for a bit before you're standing, albeit still awkwardly in a much more comfortable and proper stance. That's a lot better, actually. Hey, I wouldn't have this job if I didn't know what I was talking about. But it's up to you to actually make it work for yourself. Let's see what you can do. He gestures to the training dummy before the both of you. Give that a few whacks. Let's see what you've got. Alright, I'll do my best. Okay, so I hold it like so. Okay. Okay, I feel like I just nearly went into that. Let's not trip. Okay, let's try that again. Just get the right stance. Just firmly plant your feet. And let's not jump this time. Okay. That still feels really bad. Okay. Maybe, what if I run? Running with the sword is, like, bad, but, like... Okay! Okay. Ow. I just got myself in the face with the arm. I'm trying not to, Yeah, I don't know if this, No, they didn't. They did not. I was just told that this would be for later. Yeah. By the way, you're a lot nicer than Instructor Lee. Okay, use it less like a hammer and more like a blade. Okay, like a kitchen knife? More like one of those? Or wait, no, that's not the same shape at all. That's a lot shorter. I mean, would that maybe be closer? Okay. I'll imagine a kitchen knife. Okay, okay. Like I'm cutting a vegetable. Just, you know, just chopping. I like celery. Yeah, you know, we're just chopping celery. Okay, we're chopping celery. We're chopping celery. Okay. That felt a little better. Was that good? Yeah, okay, I'm turning this dummy into celery. Let's go. Okay. This is feeling a little better. Oh, I see why you stand like I can actually move. Yeah, enemies in combat aren't celery. Yeah. That is fair. I mean, it's supposed to take time, right? I mean, I'm not supposed to just pick this up in one day, right? That wasn't the expectation. Okay, great, good. That's a weight off my shoulders. Oh, thank the Lord. Well, yeah, I think I've already gotten that impression, to be honest. It's a bit late for that, newsflash. I'll try my best not to disappoint. Just, please don't yell at me as much, and yeah, okay, and let me just, okay. The crossbow. Yeah, no, I hope I didn't break, yeah, and then I kind of also used it as a club, because that was before I fired it. Somehow it still worked. I'm really not sure how that happened, but... Listen, okay, I didn't know what to do, and I thought I was gonna die, okay? I kind of just grabbed it and then whacked. Wait, do I have to pay for that? Because I don't have money, and that was like someone else's crossbow. Okay, I don't necessarily... I don't know what else to do. Listen, I am an unrefined person. Okay. Okay. Wait, but don't I need, like, crossbow bolts for that? No, they didn't really give me any. I load it again. I like put it in and then I had to kind of make it stay, and then I kind of got it like, okay, I think I remember how I did it. I was kind of running on like sheer adrenaline at the time, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, okay, I think I could fire this again if I tried. Okay. Interesting, these are dulled. Oh! Sorry, I just came to the sudden realization that I'm a dumbass, but don't mind me. It's fine. Okay, so you load it. Okay. And then I gotta aim. Ah! Hey, it went where I wanted. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna well, it doesn't require as much physical strength, to be fair. Can I aim for the heart? I don't know what side of the body that's on. Blah. Well, I guess so. Oh my, am I good at something for once in my life? Heck yeah. So this is what you do? You just teach, like, I guess, us how to fight? Okay, I think I'm actually gonna like afternoon training. Okay, this doesn't seem that bad. Okay. I shall go join, I join the others. Hello, my fellows. Ah, hello, Cade. One-on-one spars. Yes, sir! Huh. I guess Houston isn't here. But Niall is. Huh. Okay. I'll go join my team. Okay. Oh lord, I think we're done for. I think we're done for, guys. The instructors on the other team. Wait, so how do we know who goes first? Do we as the teams choose, or? Well, okay. Okay, let's think a plan. Let's think a plan. Let's think a plan. While we have a chance, let's think of a plan, okay? Okay, so, if this is a spar, that probably means I can't use the crossbow because it's gonna be too close range, I think. I'm not very good at this. I mean, I can try, but I'm kind of just really bad, I think. Which means I probably have to attempt to use the sword, which, actually it's kind of like dulled too, if I look at it. Its edge has kind of got something on it. Huh. You know, that does explain why there wasn't blood everywhere. That does explain that. I'm, I guess, a little slow. Okay. Kate's on my team. Niall's here too. Niall's pretty nice. Devin was pretty chill, actually. I don't know who that one is. That's Anderson, I think. Okay, sir. How does this work? Is it like a countdown, or do we just go? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm so dead. Okay. Thanks, Kate. Okay. Countdown. We love countdowns. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay. How do I block with this thing? I never learned how to do that. Okay. Okay. Is this? Well, that did not work. You know, that was, yeah, it's a lot harder to hit a moving target now that I think about it. Okay! I'm not gonna be a coward! Even though I most certainly am one! Okay, ow, okay, okay, that hurts. That actually hurts. Dear Lord. You are kind of good at this, actually. Actually kind of really good now that I think about it. Okay, Okay, what happened to my sword? Okay, hi there. Hi, hello, greetings, nope! You know what, I used this as a club once! I can do it again! Okay. Okay, you know what, I surrender, okay, I surrender, please! Can I get up now? Am I allowed to stand? You're not gonna hurt me again or hit me? We're good? Okay. I'm gonna be bruised for a week. Sorry, guys. Thanks. You're actually really good. I mean, I did tell you that it was luck. It was only luck that I knocked you out that one time. So I'm gonna shut up now before I get punched. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just shut up. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna get off the field. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, now, I kind of wish that I had somehow pulled a really cool anime protagonist move and won, but I didn't. So, well, what did I do with my saber though? I guess it just got lodged in the sand somewhere. Maybe someone picked it up. I'm sure I'll get it back. Wonder who's gonna be next. Well, I'm sure my team will stand a better chance. I'm sure they'll stand a better chance. I mean, yes, sir. Hello. I'm sorry if I broke the rules by hitting her with my crossbow. Oh, okay, I'm not in trouble. Great, thanks, sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. I mean, I did knock someone out with it once. Yeah, no, I don't want to break it, I really don't. That would kind of be disrespectful, wouldn't it? I'll refrain in the future. Last resort in serious fights, I promise. Oh. Thanks. Although, is it really fair to pit me up against the others this soon? Like, how am I supposed to actually see my true ability if, Oh, I guess that is right. Huh. I need to be willing to lose? I mean, but doesn't it just make sense to only really engage in fights that you actually know you can win? Well, I mean, I guess you did say to improve, and I guess if I don't try... It's not that I'm embarrassed, I'm more scared of failure than I am anything else. Okay, okay. The request? I mean, sure, what can I do? I mean, I can try, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know where to begin looking. I'm not I mean, I tripped over him once on complete accident. That was fun this morning, but... Oh, yeah! Hi, Niall! Listen, I have apparently very poor situational awareness. Sometimes. That's not actually a good thing, is it? Anyway, hi, you're here now. Sure! Totally! I am very capable of keeping people out of trouble. I don't think I'm convincing anyone, guys. Yes, sir! Okay, Niall, I really hope you know where to look, because I don't. I mean, if I were in Easton, where would I hide? That's the true question. Okay. Oh, I've never actually been down here. This is really pretty. Sorry. I'm not easily distractible. Totally not. Totally not at all. So here, we got some buildings. Oh, I see. You think he's in there. Or what? Wait. Are we even allowed in there? It's storage for, like, cargo and stuff, right? I mean, Someone's gotta be out of bounds. Well, oh, okay, yeah, he did, but like, what if someone else, you know, gets on to us or something? I don't know how this place works. I don't want to get in trouble. I mean, I guess, but I guess no one's really looking right now, but okay, you know what? Fine, but you're going in first. Your better judgment is telling you that this is a horrendous idea. There are any number of things that could go wrong, but all of them end up with you in trouble and Fair being put in a difficult spot. Still, Niall was already charging straight ahead, and it was apparently your job to keep her out of trouble. Niall opens the door to the storage shed and slips inside, and you're quick to follow after, closing the door quietly behind you. The space isn't as bad as you'd expected. You'd figured that it would be some cluttered mess full of spiders and cobwebs. See? That wasn't so bad, Niall says, and you give her a deadpan stare. Yes, it actually was that bad. Your anxiety was through the roof. Let's just hurry up and find Easton so we can get back. She raises her hands in surrender. All right. He's probably in here somewhere, so just, I don't know, look around, she suggests, meandering over to a pile of crates. I found him inside a crate once, so be careful, she warns. Just how many odd places did this guy frequent, you said? You sigh and get to work, walking towards the other side of the shed. Easton, you might as well come out. Go away. The voice is muffled, but definitely Easton. Niall pauses, glancing your way. Found him? He's somewhere over here. Niall ventures over, regarding the pile of crates. It sounded like... Aha! She darts forward and jams her arm under what you just thought was a normal crate. The crate is toppled by her efforts, but she does pull up a very grumpy Easton from the mass of crates. Niall. Easton, she responds in a rather fake sing-songy way. You're a traitor. Hey, we don't want to do this either, and we wouldn't have to if you stopped skipping. I fail to see how that's your problem, Easton deadpans, plopping down on a crate as if it were a stool. He runs a hand through his hair, trying to coax it into a semi-neat state. Well, it's my problem because our instructor made it my problem, so let's just go back already. We're doing a team exercise and you're needed to even out the teams. You can go back if you want to. I'm staying, he responds. He stands, wandering over to the shelves. If you're worried about getting in trouble, just tell them I refused. It's simple. I can't just do that. Easton cuts you off. You can, and you should. There's no reason for you to try so hard, okay? It's not going to impress anybody, he snaps. Okay, that was unnecessarily harsh. What's your problem? You. Okay, you know what? You register something metallic and shiny in your peripheral vision. You move before you even fully process what you're doing, darting across the small space and slamming the whole of your body against Easton, tackling him. You faintly register Niall calling out in surprise as both you and Easton topple backwards, clipping the wall as you collide into a pile of crates. Old damp wood gives beneath your combined weight, leaving you both in a heap amidst several broken crates and forgotten items. There's the sound of metal clipping stone as something skids across the ground before coming to a stop amidst the debris. Beneath you, Easton wheezes, and you're quick to scramble off him so that he can breathe. What's the big idea? He hisses as he pushes himself upright, but you're already standing, attention elsewhere. Niall is the first to spot it, but you're not far behind. Laying amongst the scattered bits of wood and old items is a crossbow bolt. What in the world? Swan, how did you? Niall questions, gaze darting to you, and then the bolt. How did she shove me? I think that's pretty obvious, Easton snarks, finally hauling himself from the desecrated crates. Niall frowns. Easton, stop it. I'm pretty sure I bruised a rib, he protests, before Niall fixes him with a look that shuts even him up. Look, she orders, gesturing to the bolt. Easton falls silent as he looks down at the bolt, and then upward, following its assumed trajectory. The window. Shattered glass litters the ground on that side of the room, and above it is is above it is the now broken window. You stumble back a step, sinking down to the floor with little warning. You're trembling, body jittery from adrenaline, and most certainly not ready to process what just happened. Niall kneels down and carefully takes the arrow, holding it up for all to see. This isn't one of our bolts. Let me see, Easton demands, grabbing Niall's wrist to pull it closer. Upon closer inspection, it was easily evident that the tip of the bolt was sharp as opposed to blunted. This is like the ones the shipmen and above get. Okay, so someone had just tried to shoot Easton with an actual crossbow bolt. Right, okay, that made complete and utter sense. It didn't look like they were aiming for anything vital, Niall comments, clearly shaken. She approaches the place where Easton had originally been standing. If we look from the window to here, she uses her arms as a poor estimate to help her judge the angle, eventually pinpointing a spot. I think it would have hit your foot, she says uncertainly. We have to tell someone. The words leave your mouth in a rush, drawing the attention of your two companions. Easton promptly scoffs. And what's that going to do? No one ever does anything around here. You throw up your hands in complete and utter exasperation. Then what else do you suggest we do, huh? In case you haven't realized, you were almost shot! She's right, Easton, Niall interrupts. Besides, how else are we going to explain this mess, she asks, gesturing to the mess of wood chips and shattered glass. Whatever. Do what you want, I guess, he concedes. We'll tell Captain Fair. He'll know what to do. Niall nods, helping you to your feet. Easton just grumbles some sort of affirmative, but refuses to comment further. You really do hope that Fair knows what to do, because you're not sure you have anyone else that you can turn to. Honestly, this stuff really was cooler in books. In real life, you're not sure you'll ever get used to this kind of thing. Come on. sun is threatening to fade over the horizon by the time you find yourselves in front of Fair's office. It's quiet and even a bit eerie, but that was likely just your nerves talking. I'm gonna knock on the door. You wrap your knuckles against the door in quick succession and wait. You can hear movement from the other side of the door as someone shuffles around inside, making their way towards the door. Victor, we've already been over this. He sounds tired, albeit muffled. Pardon me. The door opens and he pauses upon seeing that you three are most certainly not Victor. He looks tired, exhaustion set in his bones, but he straightens and musters a smile for your sake. Swan, are you alright? You look... He pauses, searching for the right word. Like a disaster? Easton helpfully provides, at which Niall promptly elbows him in the side. He grimaces, hissing through his teeth. I think we both look like we could use some sleep. She chuckles softly, head tilting forward. I won't deny that, but it seems that rest is not in the cards for either you or I. Come in, let's see what you have to say, he says, stepping back to allow you all to file into the room. It seems to be a mix between an office and a bedroom, and clearly not intended for this many people. Nonetheless, you all manage to make yourselves fit. Fair settles behind his desk, рободog laying quietly at his feet. Your two friends have a bit of a reputation, he comments, looking at Easton and Niall. Niall awkwardly stammers, whereas Easton is unfazed. We didn't make any trouble, at least not this time. Fair... Someone tried to shoot Easton. It's blunt and lacking details, but it's all you can bring yourself to say. It's enough, given the way Fair's gaze darkens. If you are hurt, are you? He questions, demanding an answer. You shake your head in the negative, indicating that you're all fine. Well, other than the fact that you are 100% going to bruise. He sighs, relieved. Good. Easton watches the conversation with growing interest, distrust lingering in his brown eyes. Fair's reaction seems to be reaching him somehow. I brought the bolt, if that helps, Niall offers, depositing said bolt upon his desk. Recruits don't have access to these, Fair notes upon discovering the tip of the bolt to be sharp, just as the three of you had figured earlier. Based on some guesswork, we don't think they were trying to kill him? Maim or injure, then, I take, he says, not needing confirmation. You nod all the same. He looks to Easton, who shifts uncomfortably under his gaze. Have you made any particular enemies? Specifically higher up the food chain, he asks. I don't think it's one of them, Easton replies after a moment of hesitation. I think it was a recruit. Wait, but I thought recruits couldn't get their hands on weapons that weren't blunted. That just means that they have someone helping them, Easton argues. Look, I skip out on training all the time, okay? You want to know how many people stop to ask me why I'm not where I'm supposed to be? Unless one of the instructors finds me, no one does. Fair nods, understanding. You're saying that recruits can move around without drawing much attention. Exactly. Still... I'll look into this. I'll have my people ask around the docks, see if anyone remembers anything about someone out of place with a crossbow. I'll be sure to report this to 𝐒𝐿𝐿 as well, he promises, rising from his chair. Easton seems to remember himself and looks away. Whatever, he grumbles, and you have to wonder just what happened for him to have such issues with authority. Why is he even in the Navy if he hardly trusts others, actually? Now isn't the time for such questions. Will that really be fine? You really only know bits and pieces, but you're certain that 𝐒𝐿𝐿 is bad news for Fair. However, he just smiles like he always does. It'll be fine. She's sure to take action on something like this. Until the time she relinquishes control back to Quinn, she won't want to risk anything that could damage her reputation. Well, if he's sure... It's getting late. Is it safe to assume that you three came from afternoon training? He asks. Niall shrugs. Something like that? I'll speak with your instructor. You won't need to worry about getting in trouble over this. It'll be best if you three head back to your barrack now, but before you do... Swan... Yeah? I'm going to have рободog accompany you for the foreseeable future. He's the best around-the-clock protection I can provide you, sort of stationing one of my people at your barrack. I don't quite have the power for that, unfortunately. I never expected you to be exposed to this level of danger. For that, I am sorry. рободog lifts his head, peering up at you from his spot below Fair's desk. You don't have to. Won't he miss you, hanging around me all the time? He chuckles. Actually, he seems to be somewhat fond of you. I don't think he'll mind it terribly. What say you, boy? Fair questions, leaning down, giving Robodog some good pets. Woof. Are you stupid? Take the dog. Did you actually just worry about him missing his captain over your own life? Seriously? Easton says, exasperated. Okay, sure. If he doesn't mind. At that, Robodog clambers to his feet and pats forward, sniffing at your hand. Hesitantly, you give him a few careful pats. You'd never had a dog before, so you really had no prior experience to this. Hey, boy. Boof! He barks, more an exhale of air than a loud sound. All right. To be safe, please head straight back to your barrack. Don't make any detours for instructs, as you all slowly exit his office. We will. All right. Be safe. I'll do all that I can on my end. That Fair closes his door, leaving the three of you to head back to your barrack. Well, it was 4 now, wasn't it? You had Robodog with you. Okay. I guess it's heading back. Okay. Hey. You wander aimlessly for a little, just a second alone to collect your thoughts. After all, it's been one heck of a day, right? Take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. It's not working, and all you can think about is how downright crazy things are. Falling from the sky, being accused of whatever a pirate has to gain, being tossed around rigorous military training exercise, then taken on a whirlwind tour by a small cat child who's honestly kind of hard to keep up with, and potentially uncovering an entire secret plot. It's a lot to stomach. Yet you try again, taking a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. You think back to your sophomore PE class, where the teacher taught the class calming breathing exercises. Just breathe and focus on your head, your thoughts. Brain, thoughts. Breathing. Oh, those are certainly thoughts. Maybe these meditation exercises aren't perfect for your ADHD riddled self. Although you do feel calmer now. You open your eyes and stop focusing so much on your breathing. What now? After looking around for a second, you notice Easton and Niall sitting off together, chatting idly. The strange urge to be social kicks in, and either out of random brain habits, or maybe it's this sinking realization that you're going to be stuck with these people for a while. Hey guys. Cade waves you over, scooting to make space for you. Easton, on the other hand, has his head buried in his arms, the subtle rise and fall of his chest nearly fooling you into thinking he was asleep. Niall offers you a tired smile, evidently in a similar state as yourself. You walk over and take a seat with them. Niall pipes up first. Cade here was busy just about worrying my ear off about all the mischief Easton and I dragged you into. Cade flushes. I was not. I was expressing a completely normal level of concern, he protests. I'm about to give you something to be concerned about if you don't quiet down, Easton grumbles, shifting around so that he could just about peer out over the wall his arms provided. Despite his typical grumpiness, he didn't seem to be putting as much heat behind it now. Sorry for not, coming back to training. You've been hanging out with these two, haven't you? Kate asks, shooting an accusational glare their way. They're starting to rub off on you. Hey, you don't gotta say that like it's a bad thing now, complains with a grin. Despite their words, it honestly seems like all of your sort of friends are getting along. And it's pretty nice, actually. Easton sits up and rubs at his eyes, observing the banter between Kate and Niall, before he glances your way. You really need to rebraid your hair. You take a look at the state of your hair and notice that he's not wrong. Strands have come loose and it does not look nearly as neat as it had the other day. Still, I really don't know how to braid. Your skills were so dismally poor that you might as well not know how to at all. Easton looks at you as if you've lost your mind, and honestly, you're surprised that this is the thing that gets him about you. You're lying, he states, bewilderment growing as you patiently shake your head no. This is ridiculous. Turn around. I'm teaching you how to do this, Easton suddenly declares, tapping the leg of your chair with a foot. Hold on, you're going to what? I'm going to teach you, Easton repeats, rising from his chair. At your continued confusion, because you couldn't really process why Easton, of all people, had just decided to teach you how to braid your hair, he grabs your chair and turns it around with you in it so that your back is to him. Seriously, I have no idea how you got this far in life without knowing at least this much, Easton grumbles, gently untangling the remnants of your braid. The night continues on, and by the end, you do learn how to braid your own hair, and you're sure you've made at least 6 friends. Good night, chat. Okay, boys, we're done. My throat hurts. I'm gonna unmute the fellas so we can, like, say... Oh, we're gonna unmute the fellas. I would like to give... I'm about to, like, hold on. There's so many people I gotta thank, okay? And I may miss one or two, and I'm gonna, like, kick myself in the shins if I do. I'm going to go find my list. Not only do I need to thank the people in this call, which is, you know, they're Cat Kittersons, it's Nova, and then Flitz. I also need to thank, let's see,
Jesus Christ, it's
Dan
been so long.
Dan assisted me with pasting. Chris did a bit of dialogue help for me. Kat also helped with dialogue at points. You know, Kat, Ovek, Marshy, River, Flame, Nova, Cam, Eerie, Flitz, Chris, Mint, and Ghosty, and probably a few others. They made this stream possible.
What?
Because I was busy, like, writing my little heart out and, like, struggling to write everything I needed to, and the rest of the guys kind of, like, really just helped me make this possible. Yeah, thank you guys for coming. I know that, you know, I had the, you know, the issues on the first time. You know, I was destined to go live, but I'm really glad that I can be here now, as I think I'm the 10th traveler, or am I the 9th? Either or, I'm so glad that this got done.
Also, just know, Swan, we were absolutely losing our marbles.
Oh?
We were all just collectively losing our marbles when someone said the funniest shit.
When are we not collectively losing?
Yeah,
our
fair enough.
It's
We all
like-
share
yeah,
one
that's
brain
really
cell.
Fair, that's really fair. What's the abbreviation of shipman? I also kind of
Yep.
imagine they can be called sailors. But, like, there's not necessarily, there's not really an abbreviation, unfortunately. I mean, maybe, like, hold on.
I do like shipum.
Yeah, shipum. I think, you know, that's pretty proper, to be honest. Shipum.
Remove all the letters.
Is, like, you know, fun as just everything.
Remove all the letters, it's just silent.
So, yeah, thank you guys for sticking with me. It is crazy that so many of you guys just stuck it out on this, like, basically 4.5 hour long stream. But one final thing, you fellas, today happens to be my mother's birthday.
Ayo.
So you all should totally wish Mom Sorberus a happy birthday so I can show her later and just, you know, random
Happy
internet people that she
birthday,
doesn't
Mother
know, but that I
Sorceress.
talk about like a lot.
Happy birthday, Mother Sorceress!
I'm so sorry that it's 7 a.m. for some of you guys. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh my god. It's 7 a.m!
Bruh.
I myself
The
am
vibe is
probably going
always
to like
there.
go to
It's
bed.
1 in the morning.
Go sleep.
Thank
No.
you guys so much for just all of your support, and you better go support the next fellas. Hell yeah! I hope y'all have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, day, night.
What? Twitter?
What is the normal
Cam?
thing I say? Oh, Cam. Oh, I go check. I gotta check.
Check the Twitter.
I'm being
the twatter.
told.
Twibber?
I'm being told to check the Twibber.
Oh, there's the Twibber.
The Twibber.
Twib.
Hey yo! Hey guys, you should go check you should go check Twitter.
Go
too,
check the
actually.
Twitter, you
Um,
stinkies.
What if y'all thought that was me?
Oh yeah, no, that was really
One-
funny.
one
And
of
when
y'all- we ain't
no,
calling-
but
we
then
are
they
calling
thought
you
that
out.
I was you. Wasn't that it? So like, I mean, hey,
Yeah.
we know each other. I mean, it was pretty, just accurate. Anyhow,
Oh my God.
I hope y'all have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, day, night.
What?
What is the rest of that phrase? I thought if I said it again, it would like, morning is your morning, day. I literally said it in the beginning cinematic.
So amazing. just play the beginning cinematic.
Hold on, let's play the beginning cinematic. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm going to bed, guys. This is Swan Sorceress signing off.
night.
Bye.